repeated. FN number 438, the owl comes in because bum, prawn, boom, rhymes with came equals the eternal. FN number 439, for an incident like this see my pilgrimage, volume I. 176. How true to nature the whole scene is, the fond mother excusing her boy and the practical further putting the excuse aside. European paternity, however, would probably exclaim, the beast's in liquor. FN number 440, in ancient times this seems to have been the universal and perhaps instinctive treatment of the hand that struck a father. By Nur al-Din's flight the divorce oath became technically null and void, for Taj al-Din had sworn to mutilate his son next morning. FN number 441, so Roderick Random and his companions sewed their money between the lining and the waistband of their breeches, except some loose silver for immediate expense on the road. For a description of these purses see Pilgrimage I. 37. FN number 442, Arab. Rashid, a Rosetta, a corruption of the Coptic Trashit, ever famous for the stone. FN number 443, for a parallel passage in praise of Alexandria see volume I. 290, etc. The editor or scribe was evidently an Egyptian. FN number 444, Arab. Sagr, Thagr, the opening of the lips showing the teeth. See volume I. p. 156. FN number 445, Iskandria, the city of Iskander or Alexander the Great, whose Soma was attractive to the Greeks as the corpse of the prophet Daniel afterwards was to the Muslims. The choice of site, then occupied only by the Pope village of Rakotis, is one proof of many that the Macedonian conqueror had the inspiration of genius. FN number 446, that is paid them down. See volume I. 281, volume 2. 145. FN number 447, Arab. Boltia, Sunini's Bolti and Nebulux, because it is dozed-coloured when fried, the Labrus niloticus from its labrum large fleshy lips. It lives on the leaves of paradise, hence the flesh is delicate and savoury, and it is caught with the epavir or sweep net in the Nile, canals and pools. FN number 448, Arab. Lear, not a delicate comparison, but exceedingly apt besides rhyming to Boltia. The cauda of the 5-quarter sheep, whose tails are so broad and thick that there is as much flesh upon them as upon the quarter of their body, must not be confounded with the lank appendage of our English mittens. C.I. 25, Dr. Burnell's Linscoten, Kletsock. 1885. FN number 449, a variant occurs in volume 9. 191. FN number 450, Arab. Tazdil Army, a small shield of bright metal. FN number 451, Arab. Kor Kabaldari, see Pilgrimage 2. 82. FN number 452, Arab. Gusuf applied to the moon, Gusuf being the solar eclipse. FN number 453, may Ablahab's hands perish, and his wife be a bearer of faggots. Krauk 6. 184. The allusion is neat. FN number 454, alluding to the angels who shoot down the jinn. See volume I. 224. The index misprints Shibba. FN number 455, for a similar scene see Ali Shah and Zumarad, volume 4. 187. FN number 456, that is of the girl whom, as the sequel shows, her owner had promised not to sell without her consent. This was and is a common practice. See volume 4. 192. FN number 457, these lines have occurred in volume 3. p. 303. I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 458, alluding to the erectio et distensio penis which comes on before dawn in tropical lands and which does not denote any desire for women. Some Anglo-Indians term the symptom sinum salitis, others a urine proud p. FN number 459, Arab. Muhtasib, in the Maghrib Motab, the officer charged with inspecting weights and measures and with punishing fraud in various ways such as nailing the cheat's ears to his shop's shutter, etc. FN number 460, everywhere in the Muslim East the slave holds himself superior to the menial freeman, a fact which I would impress upon the several anti-slavery societies, honest men whose zeal mostly exceeds their knowledge, and whose energy their discretion. FN number 461, these lines, extended to 3 couplets, occur in volume 4. 193. I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 462, at this examination, on Judgment Day, Mohammedans also believe that each person will have the book, wherein all the actions of his life are written, delivered to him, which books the righteous will receive in their right hand, and read with great pleasure and satisfaction, but the ungodly will be obliged to take them, against their wills, in their left. Quran 17. 18. Luke 6, and Luke 6, which will be bound behind their backs, their right hand being tied to their necks. Sale, Preliminary Discourse, Sect. 4. FN number 463, Whiteness, Bayats, also meaning luster, honor. FN number 464, this again occurs in volume 4. 194. So I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 465, her impudence is intended to be that of a captive princess. FN number 466, that is bent groundwards. FN number 467, see volume 4. 192. In Morocco za is applied to a man with fair skin, red hair and blue eyes, Gothic blood. And the term is not complimentary as Sultan Yazid za. FN number 468, the lines have occurred before, volume 4. 194. I quote Mr. Lane 2. 440. Both he and Mr. Payne have missed the pointing Basilia a certain night when his mistress had left him so lonely. FN number 469, Arab. Ratu. This apparently harmless word suggests one similar in sound and meaning which gave some trouble in its day. Says Muhammad in the Quran, 2. 98, O ye who believe. Say not, to the apostle, Re'ina, look at us, but Anzurna, regard us. Re'ina as pronounced in Hebrew means our bad one. FN number 470, by reason of its leanness. FN number 471, in the Mac. Edit. 50. For a scene which illustrates this mercantile transaction, see My Pilgrimage I. 88, and its deduction. How often is it our fate, in the West as in the East, to see in bright eyes and to hear from rosy lips an implied, if not an expressed why don't you buy me? Or, worse still, why can't you buy me? FN number 472, see volume 2. 165. Dragging or trailing the skirts equals walking without the usual strut or swagger. Here it means assuming the humble manners of a slave in presence of the master. FN number 473. This is the Muslim form of boycotting, so amongst early Christians they refuse to give one another goddess bead. Amongst Hindus it takes the form of refusing hookah, pipe, and water, which practically makes a man an outcast. In the text the old man expresses the popular contempt for those who borrow and who do not repay. He had evidently not read the essay of Elia on the professional borrower. FN number 474, see note P. 273. FN number 475, that is the best kind of camels. FN number 476, this first verse has occurred 3 times. FN number 477, Arab. Zoraia in dictionaries a dim. Osawa equals moderately rich. It may either denote abundance of rain or a number of stars forming a constellation. Hence in Job 38, 31, it is called a heap, Kima. FN number 478, Pleiades in GR. The stars whereby men sail. FN number 479, this is the Eastern idea of the consequence of satisfactory coition, which is supposed to be the very seal of love. Westerns have run to the other extreme. FN number 480, Al-Rif simply means lowland, hence there is a rift in the Nile Delta. The word in Europe is applied chiefly to the Moroccan coast opposite Gibraltar, not, as is usually supposed, the northwestern seaboard, where the Berber race, so famous as the Rif pirates, still closes the country to travellers. FN number 481, that is Upper Egypt. FN number 482, these local excellencies of coition are described jocosely rather than anthropologically. FN number 483, see volume I. 223, I take from Trans, p. 223. FN number 484, from the complete ablution obligatory after copulation before prayers can be said. See volume Vi. 199. FN number 485, Arab. Zana, the Greek, for which, see volume 2. 215. FN number 486, Miriam, Arabic Miriam, is a Christian name, in Muslim lands. Abu Maryam, Mary's father, says Motarazi on Al-Hariri, as of Alexandria, is a term of contempt, for men are called after sons, for example Abu's aid, not after daughters. In more modern authors, Abu Maryam is the name of ushers and lesser officials in the Qazi's court. FN number 487, this formality, so contrary to our Western familiarity after possession, is an especial sign of good breeding amongst Arabs and indeed all Eastern nations. It reminds us of the grand manner in Europe 200 years ago, not a trace of which now remains. FN number 488, these lines are in Night I, ordered somewhat differently, so I quote Trans, p. 14. FN number 489, that is to the return Salam and with thee be peace and the mercy of Allah and his blessings. See volume 2. 146. The enslaved princess had recognized her father's wazir and knew that he could have but one object, which being a man of wit and her lord Rawladi, he was sure to win. FN number 490, it is quite in Muslim manners for the bystanders to force the sale seeing a silly lad reject a most advantageous offer for sentimental reasons. And the owner of the article would be bound by their consent. FN number 491, Arab. Wallahi. By is the original particle of swearing, a half al-jar, governing the genitive as by lie, and suggesting the idea of adhesion, war, noting union, is its substitute in oath formula and tar takes the place of was tallahi. The threefold forms are combined in a great swear. FN number 492, that is of divorcing their own wives. FN number 493, these lines have occurred before, I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 494, these lines are in Night 26, volume I. 275, I quote Trans, p. 277, with a correction for one air. FN number 495, this should be draws his senses from him as one pulls hair out of paste. FN number 496, Ragibin Zahid, see volume V. 141. FN number 497, Carolus Magnus then held court in Paris, but the text evidently alludes to one of the port cities of Provence as Marseille, which we English will miscall Marseille. FN number 498, here the writer, not the young wife, speaks, but as a tale-teller he says, hearer not reader. FN number 499, Kairawan, the Arab form of the Greek Syrian, which has lately been opened to travellers and has now lost the mystery which enshrouded it. In Hafiz and the Persian poets it is the embodiment of remoteness and secrecy, as we till the last quarter century spoke of the deserts of Central Africa. FN number 500, Arab. Inan, alluding to all forms of impotence, from dislike, natural deficiency or fascination, the favourite excuse. Easterns seldom attribute it to the true cause, weak action of the heart, but the Romans knew the truth when they described one of its symptoms as cold feet. Clinopedalis, ad venerem invalidus, apie antiqua opinion, frigiditatem pedium concubituris ad mendum Isaiah. Hence Saint Francis and the barefooted friars. See Glossarium eroticum linguae Latine, Parisis, Dondi dupe, v. FN number 501, I have noted the use of island for land in general. So in the European languages of the 16th century, insula was used for peninsula. For example, insulida Korea equals the Korean peninsula. FN number 502, as has been noticed, volume I. 333, the monocular is famed for mischief and men expect the mischief to come from his blinded eye. FN number 503, here again we have a specimen of inverted speech, volume 2. 265, abusive epithets intended for a high compliment, signifying that the man was a tyrant over rebels and a froward devil to the foe. FN number 504, Arab. Bab alba, see volume 3. 281. FN number 505, Arab. Batarica, see volume 2. 89. The Templars, Knights of Malta and other orders, half ecclesiastic, half military, suggested the application of the term. FN number 506, these lines have occurred in volume I. 280, I quote Terence, p. 283. FN number 507, Maryam al-Hassan, containing a double entendre, O place of the white doe, rim of beauty. The girl's name was Maryam, the Arab form of Mary, also applied to the BV by Eastern Christians. Hence a common name of Syrian women is Hassan Maryam equals, one endowed with the spiritual beauties of Mary, volume 4. 87. I do not think that the name was manufactured by the Arab storytellers after the pattern of their own names. For example, Nur al-Din or Nadin, Light of the Faith, Dajdin, Crown of Faith, etc., for the use of their imaginary Christian female characters. FN number 508, I may here remind readers that the ban, which some Orientalists will write Ben, is a straight and graceful species of moringa with plentiful and intensely green foliage. FN number 509, Arab. Ahmed al-Sawari equals the Pillar of Masts, which is still the local name of Diocletian's column, absurdly named by Europeans Pompey's Pillar. FN number 510, Arab. Batia, also used as a wine jar, amphora, a flagon. FN number 511, Arab. Al-Ghassan, evidently from the Ital. Corsaro, a runner. So the port. Cabo Corso, which we have corrected to Cape Coast Castle, Gulf of Guinea, means the Cape of Tacking. FN number 512, Arab. Gurab, which Europeans turn to grab. FN number 513, Arab. Sayyib, Tayyib, a rare word, it mostly applies to a woman who leaves her husband after lying once with him. FN number 514, Arab. Batarika, here meaning knights, leaders of armed men as in knight Klxi, super key. 256, it means monks. FN number 515, that is for the service of a temporal monarch. FN number 516, Arab. Sayr equals a broad strip of leather still used by way of girdle amongst certain Christian religions in the East. FN number 517, Arab. Halawat al-Salama, the sweetmeats offered to friends after returning from a journey or escaping salt barrel. See Volume 4. 60. FN number 518. So in heart was an escape Helen and belonged to the ghostly profession. FN number 519. These lines are in vols. 3. 258 and 4. 204. I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 520, Arab. Firasa, lit. Equals skill in judging of horse flesh, faras, and then supplied, like gaffer, to physiognomy. One Kari was the first to divine man's future by worldly signs, Al-Maidani, Arab. Prof. 2. 132, and the knowledge was hereditary in the tribe Mashaj. FN number 521, reported to be a hadith or saying of Muhammad, to whom are attributed many such shrewd aphorisms, for example Allah defend us from the ire of the mild-tempered. FN number 522, these lines are in volume I. 126. I quote Drins, p. 120. FN number 523, these lines have occurred before. I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 524, Arab. Cutback, an onomatopoeia like flip-flap and a host of similar words. This profaning a Christian church which contained the relics of the Virgin would hugely delight the coffee-house habitués, and the Egyptians would be equally flattered to hear that the son of a merchant had made the conquest of a Frankish princess royal. That he was an arrant poltroon mattered very little, as his cowardice only set off his charms. FN number 525, that is after the rising up of the dead. FN number 526, Arab. Nafisa, the precious one that is the Virgin. FN number 527, Arab. Nakas, a wooden gong used by Eastern Christians which were wisely forbidden by the early Muslims. FN number 528, that is a graceful, slender youth. FN number 529, there is a complicated pun in this line, made by splitting the word after the fashion of punsters. Zabwel Nawakasi equals the striking of the gongs, and Zabwel Nawa, Kisi equals striking the departure signal, decide thou, them. Addressed to the nafs, so law self, I have attempted a feeble imitation. FN number 530, the modern Italian term of the venereal finish. FN number 531, Arab. Najmal Mankazzi, making the envious spy one of the prying jinns at whom is launched the shihab or shooting star by the angels who prevent them listening at the gates of heaven. See volume I. 224. FN number 532, Arab. Sanjikal Nusa, lit. The box of vowed oblations. This act of sacrilege would find high favour with the auditory. FN number 533, the night consisting like the day of 3 watches. See volume I. FN number 534, Arab. Al-Koka, a word now little used. FN number 535, Arab. Namuzia, lit. Mosquito curtains. FN number 536, Arab. Jawashia, see volume 2. 49. FN number 537, Arab. Kaima, the thumb of Kaim, is printed Kaim in volume 2. 93. FN number 538, that is hast thou not disclosed thyself. He has one great merit in a coward of not being ashamed for his cowardice, and this is a characteristic of the modern Egyptian, whose proverb is, he ran away, Allah shame him, is better than, he was slain, Allah bless him. FN number 539, Arab. Arja al-Kasrin nor forgotten. In those days ships anchored in the eastern port of Alexandria, which is now wholly abandoned on account of the rocky bottom and the dangerous slaughter, which as the Gibraltar proverb says, makes the stones canter. FN number 540, Arab. Hak equals rights, a word much and variously used to express the possessive minor Badawi says Haki, Pron, Hagi, and Lulai, Assyrian shiti for she yati, my little thing or taba I my dependent, an Egyptian beta I my portion and a Maghribinta I and daily, di alazili equals this that is to me. Thus mine becomes a shibboleth. FN number 541, that is the good for nothing, the badun, not some forgotten ruffian of the day, but the hero of a tale antedating the knights in their present form. See terminal essay, X. 2. FN number 542, that is hoping to catch Nur al-Din. FN number 543, Arab. Sawahan equals the wanderers, pilgrims, wandering Arabs, whose religion, al-Islam, so styled by its Christian opponents. And yet the new creed was at once accepted by whole regions of Christians, and Mauritania, which had rejected Roman paganism and Gothic Christianity. This was for example Syria and the so-called Holy Land, not because, as is fondly asserted by Christians, al-Islam was forced upon them by the sword, but on account of its fulfilling a need, its supplying a higher belief, unity as opposed to plurality, and its preaching a more manly attitude of mind and a more sensible rule of conduct. Arabic still preserves a host of words special to the Christian creed, and many of them have been adopted by Muslims but with changes of signification. FN number 544, that is of things commanded and things prohibited. The writer is thinking of the Quran in which there are not a few abrogated injunctions. FN number 545, see below for the allusion. FN number 546, Arab. Kafra equals desert place. It occurs in this couplet. Wa kabran habin famakan in kafrin, wa laser kabak gabri habin kabran. Hab's course is quartered in course wold accursed, no close to course of Hab is other course semicolon. Words made purposely harsh because uttered by a jinni who killed a traveller named Hab. So Homer colon. Apostrophe, apostrophe. And Pope colon. O'er hills, or dales, or crags, or rocks they go, etc. See preface, P. V. to Captain Naylocket's learned and whimsical volume, The Mere Tamil etc. Calcutta, 1814. FN number 547, these lines have occurred volume 4. 267. I quote Mr. Lane. FN number 548, the Tibetia is here designedly made absurd. Alexandria was one of the first cities taken by the Muslims, AH 21 equals 642, and the Christian pirates preferred attacking weaker places, Rosetta and Damietta. FN number 549, Arab. Balad al-Rum, here and elsewhere applied to France. FN number 550, here the last line of p. 324, volume 4. In the Mac. Edit. Is misplaced and belongs to the next page. FN number 551, Arab. A Kawan Shikikun equals brothers German, of men and beasts, born of one father and mother, sire and am. FN number 552, the foreigner and the overtaker, terms borrowed from the Arab epsim. FN number 553, known to us as the web and pin. It is a film which affects Arab horses in the damp hot regions of Malabar and Zanzibar and soon blinds them. This equine cataract combined with loin disease compels men to ride peguin of the ponies. FN number 554, Arab. Zujaj Bikra whose apparent meaning would be glass in the lump and unworked. Zajaj bears, however, the meaning of clove nails, the ripe bud of the clove shrub, and may possibly apply to one of the manifold alphas adwih names of drugs. Here, however, pounded glass would be all sufficient to blind a horse. It is much used in the East, especially for dogs affected by intestinal vermicules. FN number 555, alluding to the Arab saying that two rests, al-rahadani, certainty of success or failure, as opposed to was when the mind fluctuates in doubt. FN number 556, she falls in love with the groom, thus anticipating the noble self-devotion of Miss Aurora Floyd. FN number 557, Arab. To Fancy Volume V. 156, here it means the deluge of Noah. FN number 558, Two of the Hells. See Volume V. 240. FN number 559, lit. Out upon the prayer who imprecated a parting. FN number 560, the use of masculine for feminine has frequently been noted. I have rarely changed the gender or the number, the plural being often employed for the singular, volume I. 98. Such change may avoid mystification and confusion, but this is the very purpose of the substitution, which must be preserved if local colour is to be respected. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, a plain and literal translation of the Arabian Nights Entertainments. Translated and annotated by Richard F. Burton. Volume 9, privately printed by the Burton Club. To Alexander Bedaveri. My dear Bed, I avail myself of a privilege of authorship, not yet utterly obsolete, to place your name at the head of this volume. Your long residence in Egypt and your extensive acquaintance with its politic, private and public, make you a thoroughly competent judge of the merits and demerits of this volume, and encourage me to hope that in reading it you will take something of the pleasure I have had in writing it. Ever yours sincerely, Richard F. Burton. Tangier, December 31st, 1885. Contents of the 9th volume. Ali Nur al-Din and Miriam the Girdle Girl, continued, 159. The Man of Upper Egypt and his Frankish Wife, 160. The Ruined Man of Baghdad and his Slave Girl, 161. King Jalad of Hind and his Wazir Shimas, followed by the history of King Wurd Khan, son of King Jalad with his women and wizards A. The Mouse and the Cat B. The Fakir and his Jar of Butter C. The Fishes and the Crab D. The Crow and the Serpent E. The Wild Ass and the Jackal F. The Unjust King and the Pilgrim Prince G. The Crows and the Hawk H. The Serpent Charmer and his wife I. The Spider and the Wind J. The Two Kings K. The Blind Man and the Cripple L. The Foolish Fisherman M. The Boy and the Thieves N. The Man and his wife O. The Merchant and the Robbers P. The Jackals and the Wolf Q. The Shepherd and the Rogue R. The Franklin and the Tortoises, 162. Abubakar the Dyer and Abu Sir the Barber, 163. Abdullah the Fisherman and Abdullah the Merman, 164. Harun al-Rashid and Abu Hassan, the Merchant of Oman, 165. Ibrahim and Jamila, 166. Abu al-Hassan of Khorasan, 167. Kamar al-Zaman and the Jeweller's Wife, 168. Abdullah bin Fazil and his brothers. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night. When it was the 889th night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nur al-Din heard the voice singing these verses, he said in himself, verily this be the Lady Miriam chanting without hesitation or doubt or suspicion of one from without. FN number 1. Would heaven I knew and my thought be true, and if it be indeed she herself or other self. And regrets redoubled upon him, and he bemoaned himself and recited these couplets. When my blamer saw me beside my love whom I met in a sight that lay open wide, I spake not at meeting a word of reproach, though oft it comforts sad heart to chide. Quoth the blamer, what means this silence that bars thy making answer that hits his pride? And quoth I, O thou who as fool dost wake, to misdoubt of lovers and love deride, the sign of lover whose love is true when he meets his beloved is mum to bide. When he had made an end of these verses, the Lady Miriam fetched inkcase and paper and wrote therein, after Allah due to the Basmillah, FN number 2, May the peace of Allah be upon thee and his mercy and blessings be. I would have thee know that thy slave girl Miriam saluteth thee, who longeth sore for thee, and this is her message to thee. As soon as this letter shall fall into thy hands, do thou rise without stay and delay and apply thyself to that we would have of thee with all diligence, and beware with all wariness of transgressing her commandment and of sleeping. When the first third of the night is past, for that hour is of the most favourable of times, apply thee only to saddling the 2 stallions and fare forth with them both to the Sultan's gate. FN number 3, if any ask thee whither thou went, answer, I am going to exercise the steeds, and none will hinder thee, for the folk of this city trust to the locking of the gates. Then she folded the letter in a silken kerchief and threw it out of the latticed window to Nur al-Din, who took it and reading it, knew it for the handwriting of the Lady Miriam and comprehended all its contents. So he kissed the letter and laid it between his eyes, then, calling to mind that which had betided him with her of the sweets of Loveless, he poured forth his tears whilst he recited these couplets. Came you to me in the dead of the night, and desire for you stirred heart and sprite, and, remembered joys we you enjoyed, praised the Lord who placed us in parting plight. As soon as it was dark, Nur al-Din busied himself with making ready the stallions and patiented till the first watch of the night was past, when, without a moment delay, Nur al-Din the lover full of teen, saddled them with saddles of the goodliest, and leading them forth of the stable, locked the door after him and repaired with them to the city gate, where he sat down to await the coming of the princess. Meanwhile, Miriam returned forthright to her private apartment, where she found the one-eyed wazir seated, elbow propped upon a cushion stuffed with ostrich down, but he was ashamed to put forth his hand to her or to bespeak her. When she saw him, she appealed to her Lord in heart, saying, Allahumma, O my God, bring him not to his will of me nor to me defilement, decree after purity. Then she went up to him and made a show of fondness for him and sat down by his side and coaxed him, saying, O my Lord, what is this aversion thou displayest to me? Is it pride or coquetry on thy part? But the current byword saith, in the solemn salutation be little in demand, the sitters salute those who stand. FN number 4, so if, O my Lord, thou come not to me neither accost me, I will go to thee and accost thee. Said he, to thee belong favour and kindness, O Queen of the earth in its length and breadth, and what am I but one of thy slaves and the least of thy servants? Indeed, I was ashamed to intrude upon thine illustrious presence, O unique pearl, and my face is on the earth at thy feet. She rejoined, leave this talk and bring us to eat and drink. Accordingly he shouted to his eunuchs and women in order to serve food, and they set before them a tray containing birds of every king that walk and fly and in nests increase and multiply, such as sun grouse and quails and pigeon poults and lambs and fatted geese and fried poultry and other dishes of all sorts and colours. The princess put out her hand to the tray and began to eat and feed the wazir with her fair fingertips and kiss him on the mouth. They ate till they had enough and washed their hands, after which the handmaidens removed the table of food and set on the service of wine. So Princess Miriam filled the cup and drank and gave the wazir to drink and served him with assiduous service, so that he was like to fly for joy and his breast preordained and he was of the gladdest. When she saw that the wine had gotten the better of his senses, she thrust her hand into her bosom and brought out a pastel of virgin Grecian bang, which she had provided against such an hour, whereof if an elephant's melted dirham's weight, he would sleep from year to year. She distracted his attention and crumbled the drug into the cup, then, filling it up, handed it to the wazir, who could hardly credit his senses for delight. So he took it and kissing her hand, drank it off, but hardly had it settled in his stomach when he fell head foremost to the ground. Then she rose, and filling 2 great pairs of saddle-bags with what was light of weight and weighty of worth of jewels and jacinths and precious stones, together with somewhat of meat and drink, donned harness of war and armed herself for fight. She also took with her fine Nur al-Din what should rejoice him of rich and royal apparel and splendid arms and armour, and shouldering the bags, for indeed her strength equalled her valiancy, hastened forth from the new palace to join her lover. On this wise fared it with the Lady Miriam, but as regards Nur al-Din, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 890th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Lady Miriam left the new palace, she went straightways to meet her lover, for indeed she was as valiant as she was strong. But Nur al-Din the distracted, the full of teen, sat at the city gate hending the horses halters in hand, till Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, sent a sleep upon him, and he slept. Glory be to him who sleepeth not. Now at that time the kings of the islands had spent much treasure in bribing folk to steal the 2 steeds, saw one of them, and in those days there was a black slave, who had been reared in the islands, skilled in horse lifting. Wherefore the kings of the Franks seduced him with wealth galore to steal one of the stallions, and promised it him, if he could avail to lift the 2, that they would give him a whole island and endue him with a splendid robe of honor. He had long gone about the city of France in disguise, but succeeded not in taking the horses, whilst they were with the king, but, when he gave them in free gift to the wazir and the monocular one carried them to his own stable, the blackamoor thief rejoiced with joy exceeding and made sure of success, saying in himself, By the virtue of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, I will certainly steal the 2 of them. Now he had gone out that very night, intending for the stable, to lift them, but, as he walked along, behold, he caught sight of Nur al-Din lying asleep, with the halters in his hands. So he went up to the horses, and loosing the halters from their heads, was about to mount one of them and drive the other before him, when suddenly up came the Princess Miriam, carrying on her shoulders the couple of saddle-bags. She mistook the black for Nur al-Din and handed him 1 pair of bags, which he laid on one of the stallions, after which she gave him the other, and he set it on the 2nd steed, without word said to discover that it was not her lover. Then they mounted and rode out of the gate number 5. In silence, till presently she asked, O my lord Nur al-Din, what aileth thee to be silent? Whereupon the black turned to her and cried angrily, What sayst thou, O damsel? When she heard the slave's barbarous accents, she knew that the speech was not of Nur al-Din, so raising her eyes she looked at him and saw that he was a black chattel, snub-nosed and wide-mouthed, with nostrils like ewers. Whereupon the light in her eyes became night, and she asked him, Who art thou, O Sheikh of the sons of Ham, and what among men is thy name? He answered, O daughter of the base, my name is Masud, the lifter of horses, when folk slumber and sleep. She made him no reply, but straightway bearing her blade, smote him on the nape, and the blade came out gleaming from his throat tendons, whereupon he fell earthwards, weltering in his blood, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire, an abiding place dire. Then she took the other horse by the bridle and retraced her steps in search of Nur al-Din, whom she found lying, asleep and snoring, in the place where she had appointed him to meet her, handing the halters in hand, yet knowing not his fingers from his feet. So she dismounted and gave him a cuff, number 6, whereupon he awoke in a fright and said to her, O lady, praise be Allah for thy safe coming. Said she, Rise and back this steed and hold thy tongue. So he rose and mounted one of the stallions, whilst she bestrode the other, and they went forth the city and rode in a while in silence. Then said she to him, Did I not bid thee beware of sleeping? Verily, he prospereth not who sleepeth. He rejoined, O my lady, I slept not but because of the cooling of my heart by reason of thy promise. But what hath happened, O my lady? So she told him her adventure with the black, first and last, and he said, Praise be Allah for safety. Then they fared on at full speed, committing their affair to the subtle, the all-wise, and conversing as they went, till they came to the place where the black lay prostrate in the dust, as he were an ifrit, and Miriam said to Nur al-Din, "Dismount, strip him of his clothes and take his arms." He answered, "By Allah, O my lady, I dare not dismount nor reproach him." And indeed he marvelled at the blackamoor's stature and praised the princess for her deed, wondering the while at her valour and stout-heartedness. They fared on lustily and ceased not so doing all that night, and halted not till the day broke with its shine and sheen, and the sun shone bright upon plain and height, when they came to a wide riverine alley wherein the gazelles were frisking gracefully. Its surface was clothed with green, and on all sides fruit trees of every kind were seen. Its slopes for flowers like serpents' bellies showed, and birds sang on boughs aloud, and its rills in manifold runnels flowed. And indeed it was as saith the poet, and saith well, and accomplisheth the hearer's desire. Rosy red wadi hot with summer glow, where twofold tale of common growth was biled. In copse we halted wherein bent to us branches, as bendeth nurse o'er weanling child. And pure cold water quenching thirst we sipped, to cup made sweeter than old wine and mild. From every side it shut out sheen of sunscreen light, but wooed the breeze to cool the wild, and pebbles, sweet as maidens decked and dight, and soft as threaded pearls, the touch beguiled. And as saith another, "And when birdies or warblets lay kellet, it gas longing FN number 7, love it to seek it when morning glows, for likest to paradise lie its banks with shade and fruitage and fount that flows." Presently Princess Miriam and Nur al-Din alighted to rest in this wadi, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 891st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Princess Miriam and Nur al-Din alighted in that valley, they ate of its fruits and drank of its streams, after turning the stallions loose to pasture. Then they sat talking and recalling their past and all that had befallen them, and complaining one to other of the pangs of parting and of the hardships suffered for estrangement and love-longing. As they were thus engaged, behold, there arose in the distance a dust cloud which spread till it walled the world, and they heard the neighing of horses and clank of arms and armour. Now the reason of this was, that after the princess had been bestowed in wedlock upon the wazir who had gone into her that night, the king went forth at daybreak, to give the couple good morrow, taking with him, after the custom of kings with their daughters, a gift of silken stuffs, and scattering gold and silver among the eunuchs and tirewomen, that they might snatch at and scramble for it. And he fared on escorted by one of his pages, but when he came to the new palace, he found the wazir prostrate on the carpet, knowing not his head from his heels. So he searched the place right and left for his daughter, but found her not, whereat he was troubled sore with concern galore, and his wits forlore. Then he bade bring hot water and virgin vinegar and frankincense FN number 8, and mingling them together, blew the mixture into the wazir's nostrils and shook him, whereupon he cast the bang forth of his stomach, as it were a bit of cheese. He repeated the process, whereupon the minister came to himself, and the king questioned him of his case and that of his daughter. He replied, "O mighty king, I have no knowledge of her save that she poured me out a cup of wine with her own hand, and from that time to this I have no recollection of aught, nor know I what is come of her." When the king heard this, the light in his eyes became night, and he drew his scimitar and smote the wazir on the head. Then the steel came out gleaming from between his grinder teeth. Then, without an instant delay, he called the groom's sons sissies and demanded of them the 2 stallions. But they said, "O king, the 2 steeds were lost in the night, and together with them our chief, the master of horse. For, when we awoke in the morning, we found all the doors wide open." Cried the king, "By the faith of me and by all wherein my belief is stablished on certainty, none but my daughter hath taken the steeds, she and the Muslim captive which used to tend the church, and which took her aforetime." Indeed I knew him right well, and none delivered him from my hand save this one-eyed was ear, but now he is requited his deed. Then the king called his 3 sons, who were 3 doughty champions, each of whom could withstand 1,000 horse in the field of strife, and the stead where cut and thrust are rife, and bade them mount. So they took horse forthwith, and the king and the flower of his knights and nobles and officers mounted with them and followed on the trail of the fugitives till Miriam saw them, when she mounted her charger and baldricked her blade and took her arms. Then she said to Nur al-Din, "How is it with thee, and how is thy heart for fight and strife and fray?" Said he, "Verily, my steadfastness in battle van is as the steadfastness of the stake in bran." FN number 9, and he improvised and said, "O Miriam, thy chiding I pray, forego, nor drive me to death or injurious blow. How e'er can I hope to bear fray and fight who quake at the croak of the corby grow? I who shiver for fear when I see the mouse, and for very funk I beburst my glow. I love no foin but the book in bed, when Cointy well knoweth my prickle's brow. This is rightful rede, and none other shows righteous as this in my sight, I trow." Now when Miriam heard his speech and the verse he made, she laughed and smilingly said, "O my lord Nur al-Din, abide in thy place, and I will keep thee from their ill grace, though they be as the sea sands in number. But mount and ride in rear of me, and if we be defeated and put to flight, beware of falling, for none can overtake thy steed." So saying, she turned her lance head towards Foam plain and gave her horse the rein, whereupon he darted off under her, like the stormy gale or like waters that from straightness of pipes outrail. Now Miriam was the doughtiest of the folk of her time and the unique pearl of her age and tide, for her father had taught her, whilst she was yet little, on steeds to ride, and dived deep during the darkness of the night in the battle tide. When the king saw her charging down upon them, he knew her but too well, and turning to his eldest son, said, "O Bartout, FN number 10, thou who art surnamed Ras al-Kilaut FN number 11, this is assuredly thy sister Miriam who chargeth upon us, and she seeketh to wage war and fight fray with us. So go thou out to give her battle, and I enjoin thee by the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, and thou get the better of her. Kill her not till thou have propounded to her the Nazarene faith." And she returned to her old greed, "Bring her to me prisoner," but an she refuse, do her die by the foulest death, and make of her the vilest of examples, as well as the accursed which is with her. Quoth Bartout, hearkening obedience, and, rushing out forthright to meet his sister, said to her, "O Miriam, doth not what hath already befallen us on thine account suffice thee? But thou must leave the faith of thy fathers and forefathers, and follow after the faith of the vagrants in the lands, that is to say, the faith of al-Islam, by the virtue of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, except thou return to the creed of the kings thy forebears, and walk therein after the goodliest fashion. I will put thee to an ill death, and make of thee the most shameful of ensamples." But Miriam laughed at his speech, and replied, "Well away. Far be it that the past should present stay, or that he who is dead should again see day. I will make thee drink the sourest of regrets. By Allah, I will not turn back upon the faith of Muhammad son of Abdullah, who made salvation general, for his is the true faith, nor will I leave the right road though I drain the cup of ruin." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 892nd night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Miriam exclaimed to her brother, Well away. Heaven forfend that I turn back from the faith of Muhammad Abdullah son who made salvation general, for his is the right road, nor will I leave it although I drain the cup of ruin." When the accursed Bartout heard this, the light in his eyes became night. The matter was great and grievous to him, and between them the befuddle sore fight. The twain swayed to and fro, battling throughout the length and breadth of the valley, and manfully enduring the stress of combat singular, whilst all eyes upon them were fixed in admiring surprise, after which they wheeled about and foined and fainted for a long bout, and as often as Bartout opened on his sister Miriam a gate of war, FN number 12, she closed it to and put it to naught, of the goodliness of her skill and her art in the use of arms and her cunning of cavalarice. Nor ceased they so doing till the dust overhung their heads of altwise and they were hidden from men's eyes, and she ceased not to baffle Bartout and stop the way upon him, till he was weary and his courage wavered and his resolution was worsted and his strength weakened, whereupon she smote him on the nape, that the sword came out gleaming from his throat tendons, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire and the abiding place which is dire. Then Miriam wheeled about in the battle plain and the stead where cut and thrust are thing, and championed it and offered battle, crying out and saying, Who is for fighting? Who is for jousting? Let come forth to me today no weakling or idling, let none come forth to me but the champions who the enemies of the faith represent, that I may give them to drink the cup of ignominious punishment. O worshippers of idols, O miscreants, O rebellious folk, this day verily shall the faces of the people of the true faith be whitened and theirs who deny the compassionate be blackened. Now when the king saw his eldest son slain, he smote his face and rent his dress and cried out to his second son, saying, O Batras, thou who art surnamed Groalsus, FN number 13, go forth, O my son, in haste and do battle with thy sister Miriam, avenge me the death of thy brother Bartout and bring her to me a prisoner, abject and humiliated. He answered, hearkening and obedience, O my sire, and charging down drave at his sister, who met him in mid-career. And they fought, he and she, a sore fight, yet sorer than the first. Bartus right soon found himself unable to cope with her might and would have sought safety in flight, but of the greatness of her prowess could not avail unto this slight, for, as often as he turned to flee, she drave after him and still clave to him and pressed him hard, till presently she smote him with the sword in his throat, that it issued gleaming from his nape, and sent him after his brother. Then she wheeled about in the midfield and plain where cut and thrust are dealed, crying out and saying, Where be the knights? Where be the braves? Where is the one-eyed was-ear, the lamiter, of the crooked faith FN number 14, the worthy believer? Thereupon the king her father cried out with heart in bleeding guise and tear-ulcerated eyes, saying, She hath slain my second son, by the virtue of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar. And he called aloud to his youngest son, saying, O Phasian, surnamed Sal al-Subian, FN number 15, go forth, O my son, to do battle with thy sister and take of her the blood wreak for thy brothers and fall on her, come what may, and whether thou gain or thou lose the day, FN number 16, and if thou conquer her, slay her with foulest slaughter. So he drave out to Miriam, who ran at him with the best of her skill and charged him with the goodliness of her cleverness and her courage and her cunning in fence and cavalarice, crying to him, O accursed, O enemy of Allah and the Muslims, I will assuredly send thee after thy brothers, and woeful is the abiding place of the miscreants. So saying, she unsheathed her sword and smote him and cut off his head and arms and sent him after his brothers, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire and the abiding place dire. Now when the knights and riders who rode with her sire saw his 3 sons slain, who were the doughtiest of the folk of their day, there fell on their hearts terror of the Princess Miriam, awe of her overpowered them, they bowed their heads earthwards and they made sure of ruin and confusion, disgrace and destruction. So with the flames of hate blazing in heart they turned their backs forthright and addressed themselves to flight. When the king saw his son slain and on his flying troops cast sight, there fell on him bewilderment and affright, whilst his heart also was a fire for despite. Then quoth he to himself, In very sooth Princess Miriam hath belittled us, and if I venture myself and go out against her alone, haply she will gar me succumb and slay me without truth, even as she slew her brothers and make of me the foulest of examples, for she hath no longer any desire for us nor have we of her return any hope. Wherefore it were the better rede that I guard mine honour and return to my capital. So he gave reins to his charger and rode back to his city. But when he found himself in his palace, fire was loosed in his heart for rage and chagrin at the death of his 3 gallant sons and the defeat of his troops and the disgrace to his honour. Nor did he abide half an hour ere he summoned his grandees and officers of state and complained to them of that his daughter Miriam had done with him, of the slaughter of her brothers and all he suffered therefrom of passion and chagrin, and sought advice of them. They all counselled him to write to the vicar of Allah in his earth, the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, and acquaint him with his circumstance. So he wrote a letter to the Caliph, containing, after the usual salutations, the following words. We have a daughter, Miriam the girdle girl hight, who hath been seduced and debauched from us by a Muslim captive, named Nur al-Din Ali, son of the merchant Taj al-Din of Cairo, and he hath taken her by night and went forth with her to his own country. Wherefore I beg of the favour of our Lord the Commander of the Faithful that he write to all the lands of the Muslims to seize her and send her back to us by a trusty messenger. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 893rd night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the King of France wrote to the Caliph and Prince of True Believers, Harun al-Rashid, resembling himself by asking for his daughter Miriam and begging of his favour that he write to all the Muslims, enjoining her seizure and sending back to him by a trusty messenger of the servants of His Highness the Commander of the Faithful, adding, and in requital of your help and aidance in this matter, we will appoint to you half of the city of Rome the Great, that thou mayst build therein mosques for the Muslims, and the tribute thereof shall be forwarded to you. And after writing this writ, by rede of his grandees and lords of the land, he folded the scroll and calling his wazir, whom he had appointed in the stead of the monocular minister, bade him seal it with the seal of the kingdom, and the officers of state also set hands and seals thereto, after which the king bade the wazir bear the letter to Baghdad, FN number 17, the Palace of Peace, and hand it into the caliph's own hand, saying, and thou bring her back. Thou shalt have of me the fiefs of 2 emirs, and I will bestow on thee a robe of honour with 2-fold fringes of gold. The wazir set out with the letter and fared on over hill and dale, till he came to the city of Baghdad, where he abode 3 days, till he was rested from the way, when he sought the palace of the Commander of the Faithful, and when guided thereto he entered it and craved audience. The Caliph bade admit him, so he went in and kissing ground before him, handed to him the letter of the King of the France, together with rich gifts and rare presents beseeming the Commander of the Faithful. When the Caliph read the writ and apprehended its significance, he commanded his wazir to write, without stay or delay, dispatches to all the lands of the Muslims, setting out the name and favour of Princess Miriam and of Nur al-Din, stating how they had eloped and bidding all who found them lay hands on them and send them to the Commander of the Faithful, and warning them on no wise in that matter to use delay or indifference. So their wazir wrote the letters and sealing them, dispatched them by couriers to the different governors, who hastened to obey the Caliph's commandment and addressed themselves to make search in all the lands for persons of such name and favour. On this wise it fared with the governors and their subjects, but as regards Nur al-Din and Miriam the girdle girl, they fared on without delay after defeating the King of France and his force, and the Protector protected them, till they came to the land of Syria and entered Damascus city. Now the couriers of the Caliph had foregone them thither by a day, and the Emir of Damascus knew that he was commanded to arrest the twain as soon as found, that he might send them to the Caliph. Accordingly, when they entered the city, the secret police FN number 18 accosted them and asked them their names. They told them the truth and acquainted them with their adventure and all that had betided them, whereupon they knew them for those of whom they were in search, and seizing them, carried them before the governor of the city. He dispatched them to the city of Baghdad under escort of his officers who, when they came thither, craved audience of the Caliph, which he graciously granted. So they came into the presence, and, kissing ground before him, said, O Commander of the Faithful, this is Miriam the girdle girl, daughter of the king of the France, and this is the captive Nur al-Din, son of the merchant Taj al-Din of Cairo, who debauched her from her sire and stealing her from his kingdom and country fled with her to Damascus, where we found the twain as they entered the city, and questioned them. They told us the truth of their case, so we laid hands on them and brought them before thee. The Caliph looked at Miriam and saw that she was slender and shapely of form and stature, the handsomest of the folk of her tide and the unique pearl of her age and her time, sweet of speech FN number 19, and fluent of tongue, stable of soul and hearty of heart. Thereupon she kissed the ground between his hands and wished him permanence of glory and prosperity and surcease of evil and enmity. He admired the beauty of her figure and sweetness of her voice and the readiness of her replies and said to her, Art thou Miriam the girdle girl, daughter of the king of France? Answered she, Yes, O Prince of true believers and priest of those who the unity of Allah receive and defender of the faith and cousin of the primate of the apostles. Then the Caliph turned to Nur al-Din Ali and seeing him to be a shapely youth, as he were the shining full moon on 14th night, said to him, And thou, art thou Ali Nur al-Din, son of the merchant Taj al-Din of Cairo? Said he, Yes, O Commander of the faithful and stay of those who for righteousness are careful. The Caliph asked, How cometh it that thou hast taken this damsel and fled forth with her of her father's kingdom? So Nur al-Din proceeded to relate to the Commander of the faithful all his past, first and last, whereat the Caliph was astonished with extreme astonishment and diverted and exclaimed, How manifold are the sufferings that men suffer! And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 894th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph Harun al-Rashid asked Nur al-Din of his adventure and was told of all that had passed, first and last, he was astonished with extreme astonishment and exclaimed, How manifold are the sufferings that men suffer! Then he turned to the princess and said to her, Know, O Miriam, that thy father, the king of the France, hath written to me anent thee. What sayest thou? She replied, O Vicar of Allah on his earth and executor of the precepts of his prophet and commands to man's own worth, FN number 20, may he vouchsafe thee eternal prosperity and ward thee from evil and enmity. Thou art viceregent of Allah in his earth and I have entered thy faith. For that it is the creed which truth and righteousness inspire, and I have left the religion of the miscreants who make the Messiah a liar. FN number 21, and I am become a true believer in Allah the Bountiful and in the revelation of his compassionate apostle. I worship Allah, extolled and exalted be he, and acknowledge him to be the one God and prostrate myself humbly before him and glorify him, and I say before the Caliph, Verily, I testify that there is no God but the God, and I testify that Muhammad is the messenger of God, whom he sent with the guidance and the true faith, that he might make it victorious over every other religion, albeit they who assign partners to God be averse from it. FN number 22, Is it therefore in thy competence, O Commander of the faithful, to comply with the letter of the king of the heretics and send me back to the land of the schismatics who deny the faith and give partners to the all-wise king, who magnify the cross and bow down before idols and believe in the divinity of Jesus, for all he was only a creature? And thou deal with me thus, O viceregent of Allah, I will lay hold upon thy skirts on the day of muster before the Lord and make my complaint of thee to thy cousin the apostle of Allah, whom God assain and preserve, on the day when wealth availeth not, neither children save one come unto Allah wholehearted. FN number 23, answered the Caliph, O Miriam, Allah forfend that I should do this ever. How can I send back a Muslim a believer in the one God and in his apostle to that which Allah hath forbidden and eke his messenger hath forbidden? Quoth she, I testify that there is no God but the God and that Muhammad is the apostle of God. Rejoined the Caliph, O Miriam, Allah bless and direct thee in the way of righteousness. Since thou art a Muslimah and a believer in Allah the One, I owe thee a duty of obligation, and it is that I should never transgress against thee nor forsake thee, though be lavished unto me on thine account the world full of gold and gems. So be of a good cheer and eyes clear of tear, and be thy breast preordined and thy case naught save easy. Art thou willing that this youth Ali of Cairo be to thee man, and thou to him wife? Replied Miriam, O Prince of true believers, how should I be other than willing to take him to husband, seeing that he bought me with his money and hath entreated me with the utmost kindness and, for crown of his good offices, he hath ventured his life for my sake many times. So the Caliph summoned the Qazi and the witnesses and married her to him, assigning her dowry and causing the grandees of his realm be present, and the marriage day was a notable. Then he turned to the Wazir of the French king, who was present, and said to him, Hast thou heard her words? How can I her send back to her father the infidel, seeing that she is a Muslimah and a believer in the unity? Belike he will evil entreat her and deal harshly with her, more by token that she hath slain his sons, and I shall bear blame for her on resurrection day. And indeed, quoth the Almighty, Allah will by no means make a way for the infidels over the true believers. FN number 24. So return to thy king and say to him, Turn from this thing and hope not to come at thy desire thereof. Now this Wazir was a zany, so he said to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, by the virtue of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, were Miriam 40 times a Muslimah and 40 times thereto, I may not depart from thee without that saint Miriam. And if thou send her not back with me of free will, I will hie me to her sire and cause him dispatch thee in host, wherewith I will come upon you from the landward and the seaward, and the van whereof shall be at your capital city whilst the rear is yet on the Euphrates. FN number 25, and they shall lay waste thy realms. When the Caliph heard these words from the accursed Wazir of the King of France, the light in his face became night, and he was wroth at his speech with exceeding wrath, and said to him, O damned one, O dog of the Nazarenes, art thou come to such power that thou durst assail me with the king of the Franks? Then quoth he to his guards, Take this accursed and do him die, and he repeated this couplet, FN number 26. This be his recompense who will oppose and thwart his betters' will. Then he commanded to cut off the Wazir's head and burn his body, but Princess Miriam cried, O Commander of the Faithful, soil not thy sword with the blood of this accursed. So saying, she bared her brand and smote him and made his head fly from his corpse, and he went to the house of ungrace. His abode was Jannah, and evil is the abiding place. The Caliph marvelled at the force of her forearm and the strength of her mind, and they carried the dead Wazir forth of the pavilion and burnt him. Then the Commander of the Faithful bestowed upon Nur al-Din a splendid robe of honor and assigned to him and her a lodging in his palace. Moreover, he appointed them solder and rations, and commanded to transport to their quarters all they needed of raiment and furniture and vessels of price. They sojourned a while in Baghdad in all delight of life and solace thereof, till Nur al-Din longed for his mother and father. So he submitted the matter to the Caliph and sought his leave to revisit his native land and visit his kinsfolk, and he granted him the permission he sought, and calling Miriam, commended them each to her there. He also loaded them with costly presents and rarities, and bade write letters to the emirs and ulama and notables of Cairo, the God-guarded, commending Nur al-Din and his wife and parents to their care and charging them honor them with the highmost honor. When the news reached Cairo, the merchant Taj al-Din joyed at the return of his son, and Nur al-Din's mother likewise rejoiced therein with passing joy. The emirs and the notables of the city went forth to meet him, in obedience to the Caliph's injunctions, and indeed it was from them a right noteworthy day, wherein foregathered the lover and the beloved, and the seeker attained the sought. Moreover, Alati emirs made them bride feasts, each on his own day, and joyed in them with joy exceeding, and vied in doing them honor, one the other succeeding. When Nur al-Din foregathered with his mother and father, they were gladdened in each other with the utmost gladness, and care and affliction ceased from them, whilst his parents joyed no less in the Princess Miriam and honoured her with the highmost honour. Every day, there came to them presents from all the emirs and great merchants, and they were in new delight and gladness exceeding the gladness of festival. Then they ceased not abiding in solace and pleasance and good cheer and abounding prosperity, eating and drinking with mirth and merriment, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and sunderer of societies, waster of houses and palace domes and peopler of the bellies of the tombs. So they were removed from worldly stead and became of the number of the dead, and glory be to the living one, who dieth not and in whose hand are the keys of the seen and the unseen. And a tale was also told by the Emir Shuwa al-Din, FN number 27, prefect of Cairo anent the man of Upper Egypt and his Frankish wife. We lay one night in the house of a man of the side or Upper Egypt, and he entertained us and entreated us hospitably. Now he was a very old man with exceeding swarthiness, and he had little children, who were white, of a white dashed with red. So we said to him, Hark I, such an one, how cometh it that these thy children now are white, whilst thou thyself art passing swart? And he said, their mother was a Frankish woman, whom I took prisoner in the days of Al-Malik al-Nasir Salah al-Din, FN number 28, after the Battle of Hattin, FN number 29, when I was a young man. We asked, and how gottest thou her? And he answered, I had a rare adventure with her. Quoth we, favour us with it, and quoth he, with all my heart. You must know that I once sowed a crop of flax in these parts and pulled it and scutched it and spent on it 500 gold pieces, after which I would have sold it, but could get no more than this therefore, and the folk said to me, carry it into Acre, for thou wilt haply make good gain by it. Now Acre was then in the hands of the Franks, FN number 30, so I carried my flax thither and sold part of it at 6 months' credit. One day, as I was selling, behold, there came up a Frankish woman. Now 'tis the custom of the women of the Franks to go about with market streets with unveiled faces, to buy flax of me, and I saw of her beauty what dazed my wits. So I sold her somewhat of flax and was easy with her concerning the price, and she took it and went away. Some days after, she returned and bought somewhat more flax of me, and I was yet easier with her about the price, and she repeated her visits to me, seeing that I was in love with her. Now she was used to walk in company of an old woman to whom I said, I am so enamoured of thy mistress. Canst thou contrive for me to enjoy her? Quoth she, I will contrive this for thee, but the secret must not go beyond us three, me, thee and her. And there is no help but that thou be lavish with money, to boot. And I answered, saying, though my life were the price of her favours 'twere no great matter. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 895th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old woman said to the man, however the secret must not go beyond us three, to wit me, thee and her. And there is no help but thou be lavish of thy money to boot. He replied, though my life were the price of her favours 'twere no great matter. So it was agreed, continued the man of Upper Egypt, that I should pay her 50 dinars and that she should come to me, whereupon I procured the money and gave it to the old woman. She took it and said, make ready a place for her in thy house, and she will come to thee this night. Accordingly I went home and made ready what I could of meat and drink and wax candles and sweetmeats. Now my house overlooked the sea and 'twas the season of summer, so I spread the bed on the terrace roof. Presently, the Frank woman came and we ate and drank, and the night fell dark. We lay down under the sky, with the moon shining on us, and fell to watching the shimmering of the stars in the sea, and I said to myself, art not ashamed before Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, and thou a stranger, under the heavens and in presence of the deep waters, to disobey him with a Nazarene woman and merit the torment of fire? Then said I, O my God, I call thee to witness that I abstain from this Christian woman this night, of shamefastness before thee and fear of thy vengeance. So I slept till the morning, and she arose at peep of day full of anger and went away. I walked to my shop and sat there, and behold, presently she passed, as she were the moon, accompanied by the old woman who was also angry, whereat my heart sank within me, and I said to myself, Who art thou that thou shouldst refrain from yonder damsel? Art thou Sari al-Saykati or Bishbefat or Junaid of Baghdad or Fuz al-Bin I asked. FN number 31. Then I ran after the old woman and coming up with her said to her, Bring her to me again, and said she, By the virtue of the Messiah, she will not return to thee but for 100 ducats. Quoth I will give thee 100 gold pieces. So I paid her the money and the damsel came to me a second time. But no sooner was she with me than I returned to my whilom way of thinking and abstained from her and forbore her for the sake of our Almighty. Presently she went away and I walked to my shop, and shortly after the old woman came up, in a rage. Quoth I to her, Bring her to me again, and quoth she, By the virtue of the Messiah, thou shalt never again enjoy her presence with thee, except for 500 ducats, and thou shalt perish in thy pain. At this I trembled and resolved to spend the whole price of my flax and therewith ransom my life. But, before I could think I heard the crier proclaiming and saying, Ho, all ye Muslims, the truce which was between us and you is expired, and we give all of you Mahometans who are here a week from this time to have done with your business and depart to your own country. Thus her visits were cut off from me and I betook myself to getting in the price of the flax which men had bought upon credit, and to bartering what remained in my hands for other goods. Then I took with me fair merchandise and departed Acre with a soul full of affection and love-longing for the Frankish woman, who had taken my heart and my coin. So I journeyed until I made Damascus, where I sold the stock in trade I had brought from Acre, at the highest price, because of the cutting off of communication by reason of the term of truce having expired, and Allah, extolled and exalted be He, vouchsafed me good gain. Then I fell to trading in captive slave girls, thinking thus to ease my heart of its pining for the Frankish woman, and in this traffic engaged I abode 3 years. Till the battle between al-Malik al-Nazir and the Franks, what battle of the action of Hattin and other encounters, and Allah gave him the victory over them, so that he took all their kings prisoners, and he opened, FN number 32, the coast, FN number 33, cities by his leave. Now it fortuned one day after this, that a man came to me and sought of me a slave girl for al-Malik al-Nazir. Having a handsome handmaid I showed her to him, and he bought her of me for 100 dinars and gave me 90 thereof, leaving 10 still due me, for that there was no more found in the royal treasury that day, because he had expended all his monies in waging war against the Franks. Accordingly they took counsel with him and he said, Carry him to the treasury FN number 34. Where are the captives lodging, and give him his choice among the damsels of the Franks, so he may take one of them for the 10 dinars. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 896th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when as al-Malik al-Nazir said, Give him his choice to take one of the girls for the 10 dinars that are due to him. They brought me to the captives' lodging and showed me all who were therein, and I saw amongst them the Frankish damsel with whom I had fallen in love at Acre and knew her right well. Now she was the wife of one of the cavaliers of the Franks. So I said, Give me this one, and carrying her to my tent, asked her, Dost thou know me? She answered, No, and I rejoined, I am thy friend, the sometime flax merchant with whom thou hadst to do at Acre, and the baffle between us what baffle? Thou tookest money of me and saidest, Thou shalt never again see me but for 500 dinars. And now thou art become my property for 10 ducats. Quoth she, This is a mystery. Thy faith is the true faith, and I testify that there is no God but the God, and that Muhammad is the messenger of God. And she made perfect profession of al-Islam. Then said I to myself, By Allah, I will not go in unto her till I have set her free and acquainted the Qazi. So I betook myself to Ibn Shaddad FN number 35, and told him what had passed, and he married me to her. Then I lay with her that night, and she conceived, after which the troops departed, and we returned to Damascus. But within a few days there came an envoy from the king of the Franks, to seek the captives and the prisoners, according to the treaty between the kings. So Al-Malik al-Nazir restored all the men and women captive, till there remained but the woman who was with me, and the Franks said, "The wife of such an one the night is not here." Then they asked after her, and making strict search for her, found that she was with me, whereupon they demanded her of me, and I went into her sore concerned and with colour changed, and she said to me, "What aileth thee, and what evil assaileth thee?" Quoth I, "A messenger is come from the king to take all the captives, and they demand thee of me." Quoth she, "Have no fear, bring me to the king, and I know what to say before and to him." I carried her into the presence of the Sultan al-Malik al-Nazir, who was seated, with the envoy of the king of the Franks on his right hand, and I said to him, "This is the woman that is with me." Then quoth the king and the envoy to her, "Wilt thou go to thy country, or to FN number 36, thy husband? For Allah hath loosed thy bonds and those of thy fellow captives." Quoth she to the Sultan, "I am become a Muslimah, and am great with child, as by my middle ye may see, and the Franks shall have no more profit of me." The envoy asked, "Whether is dearer to thee, this Muslim or thy first husband and knight such an one?" And she answered him even as she had answered the Sultan. Then said the envoy to the Franks with him, "Heard ye her words?" They replied, "Yes." And he said to me, "Take thy wife and depart with her." So I took her and went away, but the envoy sent after me in haste and cried, "Her mother gave me a charge for her, saying, My daughter is a captive and naked, and I would have thee carry her this chest. Take it thou and deliver it to her." Accordingly I carried the chest home and gave it to her. She opened it and found in it all her raiment as she had left it, and therein I saw the 2 purses of 50 and 100 dinars which I had given her, and touched and tied up with my own tying, wherefore I praised Almighty Allah. There are my children by her, and she is alive to this day, and 'twas she dressed you this food. We marveled at his story and at that which had befallen him of good fortune, and Allah is all-knowing. But men also tell a tale anent there. Ruined man of Baghdad and his slave girl. There was of old time in Baghdad a man of condition, who had inherited from his father abounding affluence. He fell in love with a slave girl, so he bought her, and she loved him as he loved her, and he ceased not to spend upon her, till all his money was gone and naught remained thereof, whereupon he sought a means of getting his livelihood, but availed not to find any. Now this young man had been used, in the days of his affluence, to frequent the assemblies of those who were versed in the art of singing, and had thus attained to the utmost excellence therein. Presently he took counsel with one of his intimates, who said to him, "Meseems thou canst find no better profession than to sing, thou and thy slave girl, for on this wise thou wilt get money in plenty, and wilt eat and drink." But he misliked this, he and the damsel, and she said to him, "I have bethought me of a means of relief for thee." He asked, "What is it?" And she answered, "Do thou sell me, thus shall we be delivered of this strait, thou and I shall be in affluence, for none will buy the like of me save a man of fortune, and with this I will contrive for my return to thee." He carried her to the market, and the first who saw her was a Hashimi FN number 37, of Basora, a man of good breeding, fine taste and generosity, who bought her for 1,500 dinars. Quoth the young man, the damsel's owner, "When I had received the price, I repented me and wept, I and the damsel, and I sought to cancel the sale, but the purchaser would not consent. So I took the gold in a bag, knowing not whither I should wend. Now my house was desolate of her, and buffeted my face and wept and wailed as I had never done before. Then I entered a mosque and sat shedding tears, till I was stupefied, and losing my senses fell asleep. with the bag of money under my head by way of pillow. Presently, ere I could be where, a man plucked the bag from under my head and ran off with it at speed, whereupon I started up in alarm and affright and would have arisen to run after him, but lo! My feet were found with a rope and I fell on my face. Then I took to weeping and buffeting myself, saying, Thou hast parted with thy soul. FN number 38, and thy wealth is lost. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 897th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young man continued, So I said to myself, Thou hast parted with thy soul and thy wealth is lost. Then, of the excess of my chagrin, I betook myself to the Tigris and wrapping my face in my gown, cast myself into the stream. The bystanders saw me and cried, For sure, this is because of some great trouble that hath betided him. They cast themselves in after me and bringing me ashore, questioned me of my case. I told them what misadventure had befallen me and they condoled with me. Then an old man of them came to me and said, Thou hast lost thy money, but why goest thou about to lose thy life and become of the people of the fire? FN number 39, Arise, come with me, that I may see thy lodging. I went with him to my house and he sat with me a while, till I waxed calmer, and becoming tranquil I thanked him and he went away. When he was gone I was like to kill myself, but bethought me of the future and the fire. So I fared forth my house and fled to one of my friends and told him what had befallen me. He wept for pity of me and gave me 50 dinars, saying, Take my advice and hie thee from Baghdad forthright and let this provide thee till thy heart be diverted from the love of her and thou forget her. Thy forebears were secretaries and scribes and thy handwriting is fine and thy breeding right good. Seek out, then, whom thou wilt of the intendants FN number 40, and throw thyself on his bounty, thus haply Allah shall reunite thee with thy slave girl. I hearkened to his words, and indeed my mind was strengthened and I was somewhat comforted, and resolved to betake myself to Osset, FN number 41, where I had kinfolk. So I went down to the river side, where I saw a ship moored and the sailors embarking goods and goodly stuffs. I asked them to take me with them and carry me to Osset, but they replied, We cannot take thee on such wise, for the ship belongeth to a Hashimi. However, I tempted them with promise of passage money, and they said, We cannot embark thee on this fashion, FN number 42, but, if it must be, doff those fine clothes of thine and don sailor's gear and sit with us as thou wert one of us. I went away and buying somewhat of sailor's clothes, put them on, after which I bought me also somewhat of provisions for the voyage, and, returning to the vessel, which was bound for Bassorah, embarked with a crew. But ere long I saw my slave girl herself come on board, attended by 2 waiting women, whereupon what was on me of chagrin subsided and I said in myself, Now shall I see her and hear her singing, till we come to Bassorah. Soon after, approached the Hashimi, with a party of people, and they embarked aboard the ship, which dropped down the river with them. Presently the Hashimi brought out food and ate with the damsel, whilst the rest ate amidships. Then said he to her, How long this abstinence from singing and permanence in this wailing and weeping? Thou art not the first that hath been parted from a beloved. Wherefore I knew what she suffered for love of me. Then he hung a curtain before her along the gunwale and calling those who ate apart, sat down with them without the curtain, and I inquired concerning them and behold they were his brethren. FN number 43, he set before them what they needed of wine and dessert, and they ceased not to press the damsel to sing, till she called for the lute and tuning it, intoned these 2 couplets. The company left with my love by night, nor forbore to fare with heart's delight, and raged, since their camels of paste, a fire as of Gaza. FN number 40 forwarding the lover's sprite. Then weeping overpowered her and she threw down the lute and ceased singing, whereat the folks were troubled and I slipped down a swoon. They thought I was possessed. FN number 45, and one of them began reciting exorcisms in my ear, nor did they cease to comfort her and beseech her to sing, till she tuned the lute again and chaunted these couplets twain. I stood and bewailed who their load had bound and followed, but still in my heart I found. I drew near the ruins and asked of them, and the camp was void and lay waste the ground. Then she fell down in a fainting fit, and weeping arose amongst the folk, and I also cried out and fainted away. The sailors were startled by me, and one of the Hashemi's pages said to them, "How came ye to take this madman on board?" So they said one to other, "As soon as we come to the next village, we will set him ashore and rid us of him." When I heard this, I was sore troubled, but I heartened and hardened myself, saying in thought, "Nothing will serve me to deliver myself from their hands, except I make shift to acquaint her with my presence in the ship, so she may prevent my being set ashore." Then we sailed when we came hard by a hamlet FN number 46, and the skipper said, "Come, let us go ashore." Therewith they all landed, save myself. And as evening fell I rose and going behind the curtain took the lute and changed its accord, mode FN number 47, by mode, and tuning it after a fashion of my own, FN number 48, that she had learnt of me, returned to my place in the ship, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 898th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young man continued, I returned to my place in the ship, and presently the whole party came on board again, and the moon shone bright upon river and height. Then said the Hashemi to the damsel, Allah upon thee, trouble not our joyous lives." So she took the lute, and touching it with her hand, gave a sob, that they thought her soul had fled her frame, and said, "By Allah, my master and teacher is with us in this ship." Answered the Hashemi, "By Allah, were this so, I would not forbid him our conversation. Haply he would lighten thy burthen, so we might enjoy thy singing, but his being on board is far from possible." However, she said, "I cannot smite lute string or sing sundry airs I was wont to sing whilst my lord is with us." Quoth the Hashemi, "Let us ask the sailors," and quoth she, "Do so." He questioned them, saying, "Have ye carried anyone with you?" And they answered, "No." Then I feared lest the inquiry should end there, so I laughed and said, "Yes, I am her master, and taught her as I was her lord." Cried she, "By Allah, that is my lord's voice." Thereupon the pages carried me to the Hashemi, who knew me at first sight, and said to me, "Out on thee! What plight is this in which I see thee, and what hath brought thee to such condition?" I related to him all that had befallen me of my affair, weeping the while, and the damsel made loud wail from behind the curtain. The Hashemi wept with sore weeping, he and his brethren, for pity of me, and he said, "By Allah, I have not drawn near this damsel nor enjoyed her, nor have I even heard her sing till this day. I am a man to whom Allah hath been ample, and I came to Baghdad but to hear singing and seek my allowances of the Commander of the Faithful. I accomplished both my needments, and being about to return home, said to myself, let us hear somewhat of the singing of Baghdad. Wherefore I bought this damsel, knowing not that such was the case with you twain, and I take Allah to witness that, when I reach Bassora, I will free her and marry her to thee, and assign you what shall suffice you, and more, but on condition that, whenever I have a mind to hear music, a curtain shall be hung for her, and she shall sing to me from behind it, and thou shalt be of the number of my brethren and boon companions. Hereat I rejoiced, and the Hashemi put his head within the curtain and said to her, Will that content thee? Whereupon she fell to blessing and thanking him. Then he called a servant and said to him, Take this young man and do off his clothes and robe him in costly raiment and incense FN number 49 him and bring him back to us. So the servant did with me as his master bade him and brought me back to him, and served me with wine, even as the rest of the company. Then the damsel began singing after the goodliest fashion and chanted these couplets. They blamed me for causing my tears to well when came my beloved to bid farewell. They ne'er tasted the bitters of parting nor felt fire beneath my ribs that flames fierce and fell. None but baffled love knows aught of love, whose heart is lost where he wont to dwell. The folk rejoiced in her song with exceeding joy, and my gladness redoubled, so that I took the lute from the damsel, and preluding after the most melodious fashion, sang these couplets. Ask, if needs thou ask, the compassionate, and the generous donor of high estate. For asking the noble honours man, and asking the churl entails bane and bait, when abasement is not to be scaped by white meat, it asking boons of the good and great. Of grandee to soon e'er shall vilify man, but 'tis vile on the vile of mankind to wait. The company rejoiced in me with joy exceeding, and they ceased not from pleasure and delight, whilst anon I sang and anon the damsel, till we came to one of the landing places, where the vessel moored and all on board disembarked, and I with them. Now I was drunken with wine and squatted on my hams to make water, but drowsiness overcame me and I slept, and the passengers returned to the ship which ran downstream without any missing me, for that they also were drunken, and continued their voyage until they reached Bassora. As for me, I awoke not till the heat of the sun aroused me, when I rose and looked about me, but saw no one. Now I had given my spending money to the damsel and had naught left. I had also forgotten to ask the Hashimi his name and where his house was at Bassora and his titles. Thus I was confounded, and my joy at meeting the damsel had been but a dream, and I abode in perplexity till there came up a great vessel wherein I embarked, and she carried me to Bassora. Now I knew none there, much less the Hashimi's house, so I accosted a grocer, and taking of him inkcase and paper, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 899th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Baghdad man who owned the maid entered Bassora, he was perplexed for not knowing the Hashimi's house. So I accosted, said he, a grocer, and, taking of him inkcase and paper, sat down to write. He admired my handwriting, and seeing my dress stained and soiled, questioned me of my case, to which I replied that I was a stranger and poor. Quoth he, Wilt thou abide with me and order the accounts of my shop, and I will give thee thy food and clothing and half a dirham a day for ordering the accounts of my shop? And quoth I, 'Tis well, and abode with him and kept his accounts and ordered his income and expenditure for a month, at the end of which he found his income increased and his disbursements diminished, wherefore he thanked me and made my wage a dirham a day. When the year was out, he proposed to me to marry his daughter and become his partner in the shop. I agreed to this and went in to my wife and applied me to the shop. But I was broken in heart and spirit, and grief was manifest upon me, and the grocer used to drink and invite me thereto, but I refrained for melancholy. I abode on this wise 2 years till, one day, as I sat in the shop, behold, there passed by a parcel of people with meat and drink, and I asked the grocer what was the matter. Quoth he, This is the day of the pleasure makers, when all the musicians and dancers of the town go forth with the young men of fortune to the banks of the Ubula River FN number 50, and eat and drink among the trees there. The spirit prompted me to solace myself with the sight of this thing, and I said in my mind, Haply among these people I may foregather with her I love. So I told the grocer that I had a mind to this, and he said, Up and go with them, and thou please. He made me ready meat and drink, and I went till I came to the river of Ubula, when, behold, the folk were going away. I also was about to follow, when I espied the rays of the bark wherein the Hashimi had been with the damsel, and he was going along the river. I cried out to him and his company, who knew me and took me on board with them, and said to me, Art thou yet alive? And they embraced me and questioned me of my case. I told them my tale, and they said, Indeed, we thought that drunkenness had gotten the better of thee, and that thou hadst fallen into the water and wast drowned. Then I asked them of the damsel, and they answered, When she came to know of thy loss, She rent her raiment and burnt the loot and fell to buffeting herself and lamenting. And when we returned with the Hashemi to Bassora, we said to her, "Leave this weeping and wailing." Quoth she, "I will don black and make me a tomb beside the house and abide there and repent from singing." FN number 51. We allowed her so to do, and on this wise she abideth to this day. Then they carried me to the Hashemi's house, where I saw the damsel as they had said. When she espied me, she cried out a great cry, methought she had died, and I embraced her with a long embrace. Then said the Hashemi to me, "Take her," and I said, "'Tis well, but do thou free her, and according to thy promise marry her to me." Accordingly he did this and gave us costly goods and store of raiment and furniture and 500 dinars, saying, "This is the amount of that which I purpose to allow you every month, but on condition that thou be my cup companion and that I hear the girl sing when I will." Furthermore, he assigned us private quarters and bade transport thither all our need. So, when I went to the house I found it filled full of furniture and stuffs and carried the damsel thither. Then I betook myself to the grocer and told him all that had betided me, begging to hold me guiltless for divorcing his daughter, without offence on her part, and I paid her her dowry. FN number 52, and what else behoved me? FN number 53. I abode with the Hashemi in this way 2 years and became a man of great wealth and was restored to the former estate of prosperity wherein I had been at Baghdad, I and the damsel. And indeed Allah the Bountiful put an end to our troubles and loaded us with the gifts of good fortune and caused our patience to result in the attainment of our desire, wherefore to him be the praise in this world and the next whereto we are returning. FN number 54, and among the tales men tell is that of King Jalad of and his Wazir-Shimas, followed by the history of King Wud Khan, son of King Jalad, with his women and Wazirs. FN number 55. There was once in days of yore and in ages and times long gone before, in the land of Hind, a mighty king, tall of presence and fair of favour and goodly of parts, noble of nature and generous, beneficent to the poor and loving to his lieges and all the people of his realm. His name was Jalad, and under his hand were 72 kings and in his cities 350 qazis. He had 70 wazirs, and over every 10 of them he set a premier. The chiefest of all his ministers was a man called Shimas. FN number 56, who was then FN number 57, 22 years old, a statesman of pleasant presence and noble nature, sweet of speech and ready in reply, shrewd in all manner of business, skillful withal and sagacious for all his tender age, a man of good counsel and fine manners, versed in all arts and sciences and accomplishments, and the king loved him with exceeding love and cherished him by reason of his proficiency in eloquence and rhetoric and the art of government, and for that which Allah had given him of compassion and brooding care. FN number 58, with his lieges, for he was a king just in his kingship and a protector of his peoples, constant in beneficence to great and small, and giving them that which befitted them of good governance and bounty and protection and security, and a lightener of their loads in taxes and tithes. And indeed he was loving to the meek and every, high and low, entreating them with kindness and solicitude, and governing them in such goodly guise as none had done before him. But, with all this, Almighty Allah had not blessed him with a child, and this was grievous to him and to the people of his reign. It chanced, one night, as Jalad FN number 59, lay in his bed, occupied with anxious thought of the issue of the affair of his kingdom, that sleep overcame him, and he dreamt that he poured water upon the roots of a tree, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 900th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king saw himself in his vision pouring water upon the roots of a tree, about which were many other trees, and lo and behold, there came fire out of this tree and burnt up every growth which encompassed it, whereupon Jalad awoke affrighted and trembling, and calling one of his pages said to him, Go fetch the Wazir Shimas in all haste. So he betook himself to Shimmers and said to him, The king calleth for thee forthright, because he hath awoke from his sleep in fright, and hath sent me to bring thee to him in haste. When Shimmers heard this, he arose without stay or delay, and going to the king, found him seated on his bed. He prostrated himself before him, wishing him permanence of glory and prosperity, and said, May Allah not cause thee grief, O king. What hath troubled thee this night, and what is the cause of thy seeking me thus in haste? The king bade him be seated, and, as soon as he sat down, began telling his tale, and said to him, I have dreamt this night a dream which terrified me, and 'twas, that methought I poured water upon the roots of a tree whereabout were many other trees, and as I was thus engaged, lo and behold, fire issued therefrom and burnt up all the growths that were round it, wherefore I was affrighted, and fear took me. Then I awoke and sent to bid thee to me, because of thy knowledge and skill in the interpretation of dreams, and of that which I know of the vastness of thy wisdom and the greatness of thine understanding. At this Shimmers there was he about his head groundwards a while, and presently raising it, smiled. So the king said to him, What deemest thou, O Shimmers? Tell me the truth of the matter, and hide naught from me. Answered Shimmers, O king, verily Allah Almighty granteth thee thy wish, and cooleth thine eyes, for the matter of this dream presageth all good, to wit, that the Lord will bless thee with a son, who shall inherit the kingdom from thee, after thy long life. But there is somewhat else I desire not to expound at this present, seeing that the time is not favourable for interpretation. The king rejoiced in these words with exceeding joy, and great was his contentment. His trouble departed from him, his mind was at rest, and he said, If the case be thus of the happy presage of my dream, do thou complete to me its exposition when the fitting time betideth, for that which it behoveth not to expound to me now, it behoveth that thou expound to me when its time cometh, so my joy may be fulfilled, because I seek naught in this save the approof of Allah, extolled and exalted be He. Now when the Wazir Shimmers saw that the king was urgent to have the rest of the exposition, he put him off with a pretext. The Jalad assembled all the astrologers and interpreters of dreams of his realm, and as soon as they were in the presence related to them his vision, saying, I desire you to tell me the true interpretation of this. Whereupon one of them came forward and craved the king's permission to speak, which being granted, he said, Know, O king, that thy Wazir Shimmers is no wise unable to interpret this thy dream, that he shrank from troubling thy repose. Wherefore he disclosed not unto thee the whole thereof, but, an thou suffer me to speak, I will expose to thee that which he concealed from thee. The king replied, Speak without respect for persons, O interpreter, and be truthful in thy speech. The interpreter said, Know then, O king, that there will be born to thee a boy child who shall inherit the kingship from thee, after thy long life, but he shall not order himself towards the lieges after thy fashion, nay, he shall transgress thine ordinances and oppress thy subjects, and there shall befall him what befell the mouse with the cat. FN number 60, and I seek refuge with Almighty Allah. FN number 61. The king asked, But what is the story of the cat and the mouse? And the interpreter answered, May Allah prolong the king's life. They tell the following tale of the mouse and the cat. A Grumalkin, that is to say, a cat, went out one night to a certain garden, in search of what she might devour, but found nothing, and became weak for the excess of cold and rain that prevailed that night. So she sought for some device whereby to save herself. As she prowled about in search of prey, she espied a nest at the foot of a tree, and drawing near unto it, sniffed thereat and purred till she scented a mouse within, and went round about it, seeking to enter and seize the inmate. When the mouse smelt the cat, he turned his back to her and scraped up the earth with his forehand, to stop the nest door against her, whereupon she assumed a weakly voice and said, Why dost thou thus, O my brother? I come to seek refuge with thee, hoping that thou wilt take pity on me and harbour me in thy nest this night, for I am weak because of the greatness of my age and the loss of my strength, and can hardly move. I have ventured into thy garden tonight. How many a time have I called upon death, that I might be at rest from this pain. Behold, here am I at thy door, prostrate the cold and rain, and I beseech thee, by Allah, take of thy charity my hand and bring me in with thee and give me shelter in the vestibule of thy nest. For I am a stranger and wretched, and 'tis said, whoso sheltereth the stranger and a wretched one in his home, his shelter shall be paradise on the day of doom. And thou, O my brother, it behoveth thee to earn eternal reward by succouring me and suffering me abide with thee this night till the morning, when I will wend my way. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 901st night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth the cat to the mouse, so suffer me tonight with thee this night, after which I will wend my way. Hearing these words, the mouse replied, how shall I suffer thee enter my nest, seeing that thou art my natural foe and thy food is of my flesh? Indeed I fear lest thou false me, for that is of thy nature, and there is no faith in thee, and the byword saith, it befitteth not to entrust a lecher with a fair woman, nor a moneyless man with money, nor fire with fuel. Neither cloth it behove me to entrust myself to thee, and 'tis said, enmity of kind, as the enemy himself groweth weaker groweth stronger. The cat made answer in the faintest voice, as she were in most piteous case, saying, what thou advancest of admonitory instances is the truth, and I deny not my offences against thee, but I beseech thee to pardon that which is past of the enmity of kind between me and thee, for 'tis said, whoso forgiveth a creature like himself, his Creator will forgive him his sins. 'Tis true that whilom I was thy foe, but here am I a suitor for thy friendship, and they say, and thou wilt have thy foe become thy friend, do with him good. O my brother, I swear to thee by Allah and make a binding covenant with thee that I will hurt thee never more, and for the best of reasons, to wit, that I have no power thereto. Wherefore place thy trust in Allah and do good and accept my oath and covenant. Quoth the mouse, how can I accept the covenant of one between whom and me there is a rooted enmity, and whose wont it is to deal treacherously by me? With food between us sought but one of blood, this were light to me, but it is an enmity of kind between souls, and it is said, whoso trusteth himself to his foe is as one who thrusteth hand into a serpent. Safan number 62, mouth. Quoth the cat, full of wrath, my breast is strait and my soul is faint. Indeed I am in articulo mortis, and ere long I shall die at thy door, and my blood will be on thy head, for that thou hadst it in thy power to save me in mine extremity, and this is my last word to thee. Herewith the fear of Allah Almighty overcame the mouse, and ruth gat hold upon his heart, and he said in himself, whoso would have the succor of Allah the Most High against his foe, let him entreat him with compassion and kindness show. I rely upon the Almighty in this matter, and will deliver this cat from this her strait, and earn a divine reward for her. So he went forth and dragged into his nest the cat, where she abode till she was rested and somewhat be strengthened and restored, when she began to bewail her weakness and wasted strength and want of gossips. The mouse entreated her in friendly guise and comforted her and busied himself with her service, but she crept along till she got command of this issue of the nest, lest the mouse should escape. So when the nest owner would have gone out after his wont, he drew near the cat, whereupon she seized him and taking him in her claws, began to bite him and shake him and take him in her mouth and lift him up and cast him down and run after him and crunch him and torture him. FN number 63, the mouse cried out for help, beseeching deliverance of Allah, and began to upbraid the cat, saying, where is the covenant thou madest with me, and where are the oaths thou swearest to me? Is this my reward from thee? I brought thee into my nest and trusted myself to thee, but sooth he speaketh that saith, whoso relieth on his enemy's promise desireth not salvation for himself. And again, whoso comforteth himself to his foe deserveth his own destruction. Yet do I put my trust in my Creator, for he will deliver me from thee. Now as he was in this condition, with the cat about to pounce on him and devour him, behold, up came a huntsman, with hunting dogs trained to the chase. One of the hounds passed by the mouth of the nest, and hearing a great scuffling, thought that within was a fox tearing somewhat, so he crept into the hole, to get at him, and coming upon the cat, seized on her. When she found herself in the dog's clutches, she was forced to take thought anent saving herself, and loosed the mouse alive and whole without wound. Then the hound brake her neck, and dragging her forth of the hole, threw her down dead, and thus was exemplified the truth of the saying, who hath compassion shall at the last be compassionated. Whoso oppresseth shall presently be oppressed. This, then, O king, added the interpreter, is what baffled the mouse and the cat, and teacheth that none should break faith with those who put trust in him, for whoever cloth perfidy and treason, this shall befall him the like of that which baffled the cat. As a man meteth, so shall it be meted unto him, and he who betaketh himself to good shall gain his eternal reward. But grieve thou not, neither let this trouble thee, O king, for that assuredly thy son, after his tyranny and oppression, shall return to the goodliness of thy policy. And I would that yon learned man, Oziashimas, had concealed from thee naught in that which he expounded unto thee, and this had been well advised of him, for 'tis said, those of the folk who most abound in fear are the implest of them in knowledge, and the most tremulous of good. The king received the interpreter's speech with submission, and gifted him and his fellows with rich gifts. Then, dismissing them, he arose and withdrew to his own apartments, and fell to pondering the issue of his affair. When night came, he went in to one of his women, who was most in favour with him and dearest to him of them all, and lay with her, and ere some 4 months had passed over her, the child stirred in her womb, whereat she rejoiced with joy exceeding, and told the king. Quoth he, my dream said sooth, by Allah the Helper, and he lodged her in the goodliest of lodgings, and entreated her with all honour, bestowing on her store of rich gifts and manifold boons. Then he sent one of his pages to fetch his Oziashimas, and as soon as he was in the presence told the minister what had betided, rejoicing and saying, my dream is come true, and I have won my wish. It may be this Burton will be a man-child and inherit the kingship after me. What sayest thou of this, O Shimas? But he was silent and made no reply, whereupon cried the king, what aileth thee that thou rejoicest not in my joy, and returnest me no answer? Doth the thing mislike thee, O Shimas? Hereat the wazir prostrated himself before him, and said, O king, may Allah prolong thy life. What availeth it to sit under the shade of a tree, if there issue fire therefrom, and what is the delight of one who drinketh pure wine, if he be choked thereby? And what cloth it profit to quench one's thirst with sweet cool water, if one be drowned therein? I am Allah's servant and thine, O king, but there are 3 things FN number 64, whereof it besitteth not the understanding to speak, till they be accomplished, to wit, the wayfarer, till he return from his way, the man who is in fight, till he have overcome his foe, and the pregnant woman, till she have cast her burthen. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say, when it was the 902nd night. She resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that after Shimas has enumerated to the king the 3 things whereof it besitteth not the understanding to speak save after they are done, he continued, for know, O king, that he who speaketh of aught before its accomplishment is like the fakir who had hung over his head the jar of clarified butter. FN number 65. What is the story of the fakir? Asked the king, and what happened to him? Answered the wazir, O king, they tell this tale anent the fakir and his jar of butter. FN number 66. A fakir. FN number 67. Abode once with one of the nobles of a certain town, who made him a daily allowance of 3 scones and a little clarified butter and honey. Now such butter was dear in those parts, and the devotee laid all that came to him together in a jar he had, till he filled it and hung it up over his head for safekeeping. One night, as he sat on his bed, staff in hand, He fell a musing upon the butter and the greatness of its price, and said in himself, Needs must I sell all this butter I have by me, and buy with the price anew, and take to partner therein a fellow, FN number 68, fellow who hath a ram. The first year she will bear a male lamb and a female, and the second a female and a male, and these in their turn will bear other males and other females, nor will they give over bearing females and males, till they become a great matter. Then will I take my share and vent thereof what I will. The males I will sell and buy with them bulls and cows, which will also increase and multiply and become many, after which I will purchase such a piece of land and plant a garden therein and build thereon a mighty fine FN number 69, palace. Moreover, I will get me robes and raiment and slaves and slave girls, and hold a wedding never was seen the like thereof. I will slaughter cattle and make rich meats and sweetmeats and confections, and assemble all the musicians and mimes and mountebanks and player folk, and, after providing flowers and perfumes and all manner sweet herbs, I will bid rich and poor, fakirs and ulema, captains and lords of the land, and whoso asketh for aught, I will cause it to be brought him. And I will make ready all manner of meat and drink, and send out a crier to cry aloud, and say, Whoso seeketh aught, let him ask and get it. Lastly I will go into my bride, after her unveiling, and enjoy her beauty and loveliness, and I will eat and drink and make merry, and say to myself, Verily, hast thou won thy wish, and will rest from devotion and divine worship. Then in due time my wife will bear me a boy, and I shall rejoice in him and make banquets in his honor, and rear him daintily, and teach him philosophy and mathematics and polite letters, FN number 70, so that I shall make his name renowned among men, and glory in him among the assemblies of the learned, and I will bid him do good, and he shall not gainsay me, and I will forbid him from lewdness and iniquity, and exhort him to piety and the practice of righteousness, and I will bestow on him rich and goodly gifts, and, if I see him obsequious in obedience, I will redouble my bounties towards him, but, an I see him inclined to disobedience, I will come down on him with this staff. So saying, he raised his hand, to beat his son with all, but the staff hit the jar of butter which overhung his head, and brake it, whereupon the shards fell upon him, and butter ran down upon his head, his rags and his beard. So his clothes and bed were spoiled, and he became a caution to whoso will be cautioned. Wherefore, O king, added those ear, it behoveth not a man to speak of aught ere it come to pass. Answered the king, Thou sayest sooth. Fair fall thee, for I was here. Verily the truth thou speakest, and righteousness thou counsellest. Indeed, thy rank with me is such as thou couldst wish, FN number 71. And thou shalt never cease to be accepted of me. Thereupon the wazir prostrated himself before the king, and wished him permanence of prosperity, saying, Allah prolong thy days and thy rank upraise. Know that I conceal from thee naught, nor in private nor in public aught. Thy pleasure is my pleasure, and thy displeasure my displeasure. There is no joy for me save in thy joyance, and I cannot sleep o nights and thou be angered against me. For that Allah the Most High hath vouchsafed me all good through thy bounties to me, wherefore I beseech the Almighty to guard thee with his angels, and to make fair thy reward whenas thou meetest him. The king rejoiced in this, whereupon Shimas arose and went out from before him. In due time the king's wife bare a male child, and the messengers hastened to bear the glad tidings and to congratulate the sovereign, who rejoiced therein with joy exceeding, and thanked all with abundant thanks, saying, Alhamdulillah, Lord to the Lord who hath vouchsafed me a son, after I had despaired, for he is pitiful and ruthful to his servants. Then he wrote to all the lieges of his land, acquainting them with the good news and bidding them to his capital, and great were the rejoicings and festivities in all the realm. Accordingly there came emirs and captains, grandees and sages, ulema and literati, scientists and philosophers from every quarter to the palace, and all presenting themselves before the king, company after company, according to their different degrees, gave him joy, and he bestowed largesse upon them. Then he signed to the 7 chief wazirs, whose head was Shimmer's, to speak, each after the measure of his wisdom, upon the matter which concerned him the most. So the Grand Wazir Shimmers began and sought leave of the king to speak, which being granted, he spake as follows. FN number 72. Praised be Allah who brought us into existence from non-existence and who favoureth his servants with kings that observe justice and equity in that wherewith he hath invested them of rule and dominion, and who act righteously with that which he appointeth at the hands of provision for their lieges, and most especially our sovereign by whom he hath quickened the deadness of our land, with that which he hath conferred upon us of bounties, and hath blessed us of his protection with ease of life and tranquillity and fair dealing. What king did ever with his folk that which this king hath done with us in fulfilling our needs and giving us our dues and doing us justice, one of other, and in abundant carefulness over us and redress of our wrongs? Indeed, it is of the favour of Allah to the people that their king be assiduous in ordering their affairs and in defending them from their foes. For the end of the enemy's intent is to subdue his enemy and hold him in his hand, and many peoples FN number 73, bring their sons as servants unto kings, and they become with them in the stead of slaves, to the intent that they may repel ill willers from them. FN number 74, as for us, no enemy hath trodden our soil in the days of this our king, by reason of this passing good fortune and exceeding happiness, that no describer may avail to describe. For indeed it is above and beyond all description. And verily, O King, thou art worthy of this highest happiness, and we are under thy safeguard and in the shadow of thy wings. May Allah make fair thy reward and prolong thy life. FN number 75. Indeed, we have long been diligent in supplication to Allah Almighty that he would vouchsafe an answer to our prayers and continue thee to us and grant thee a virtuous son, to be the coolth of thine eyes, and now Allah, extolled and exalted be he, hath accepted of us and replied to our petition, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 903rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Shimmers the Wazir said to the King, And now Almighty Allah hath accepted of us and answered our petition and brought us speedy relief, even as he did to the fishes in the pond of water. The king asked, And how was that, and what is the tale? And Shimmers answered him, Hear, O king, the story of the fishes and the crab. In a certain place there was a piece of water, wherein dwelt a number of the fishes, and it befell that the pond dwindled away and shrank and wasted, till there remained barely enough to suffice them, and they were nigh upon death, and said, What will become of us? How shall we contrive, and of whom shall we seek counsel for our deliverance? Thereupon arose one of them, who was the chiefest in wit and age, and cried, There is nothing will serve us save that we seek salvation of Allah, but let us consult the crab and ask his advice. So come ye all FN number 76. And hie we hinwards and hear his rede, for indeed he is the chiefest and wisest of us all in coming upon the truth. Each and every approved of the fish's advice and betook themselves in a body to the crab, whom they found squatted in his hole, without news or knowledge of their strait. So they saluted him with the salam and said, O our Lord, cloth not our affair concern thee, who art ruler and the head of us. The crab returned their salutation, replying, And on you be the peace. What aileth you and what do you want? So they told him the case and the strait wherein they were by reason of the wastage of the water, and that, when it should be dried up, destruction would betide them, adding, Wherefore we come to thee, expecting thy counsel, and what may bring us deliverance, for thou art the chiefest and the most experienced of us. The crab bowed his head a while and said, Doubtless ye lack understanding, in that ye despair of the mercy of Allah Almighty and his care for the provision of his creatures one and all. Know ye not that Allah, extolled and exalted be he, provideth all his creatures without account, and that he foreordained their daily meat ere he created aught of creation, and appointed to each of his creatures a fixed term of life and an allotted provision of his divine all-might. How then shall we burthen ourselves with concern for a thing which in his secret purpose is indite? Wherefore it is my rede that ye can do naught better than to seek aid of Allah Almighty, and it behoveth each of us to clear his conscience with his Lord, both in public and private, and pray him to succor us and deliver us from our difficulties. For Allah the Most High disappointeth not the expectation of those who put their trust in him, and rejecteth not the supplications of those who prefer their suit to him. When we have mended our ways, our affairs will be set up and all will be well with us, and when the winter cometh and our land is deluged, by means of a just one's prayer, he will not cast down the good he hath built up. So 'tis my counsel that we take patience and await what Allah shall do with us. And death come to us, as is wont, we shall be at rest, and if there befall a sort that calleth for flight, we will flee and depart our land whither Allah will. FN number 77. Answered all the fishes with one voice, Thou say'st sooth, O our Lord, Allah requite thee for us with weal. Then each returned to his stead, and in a few days the Almighty vouchsafed unto them a violent rain, and the place of the pond was filled fuller than before. On likewise, O King, continued Shimas, we despaired of a child being born to thee, and now that God hath blessed us and thee with this well-omened son, we implore him to render him blessed indeed and make him the coolth of thine eyes and a worthy successor to thee, and grant us of him the like of that which he hath granted us of thee. For Almighty Allah disappointeth not those that seek him, and it behoveth none to cut off hope of the mercy of his God. Then rose the second Wazir, and saluting the king with the salam spake after his greeting was returned, as follows: Verily, a king is not called a king save he give presents and do justice and rule with equity and show munificence and wisely govern his lieges, maintaining the obligatory laws and apostolic usages established among them and justifying them, one against other, and sparing their blood and warding off hurt from them. And of his qualities should be that he never abide incurious of the poor, and that he succor the highest and lowest of them, and give them each the rights to them due, so that all bless him and are obedient to his command. Without doubt, a king who is after this wise of his lieges is beloved, and gaineth of this world eminence and of the next honour and favour with the Creator thereof. And we, the body politic of thy subjects, acknowledge in thee, O King, all the attributes of kingship I have noted, even as it is said, the best of things is that the king of a people be just and equitable, their physicianing skillful and their teacher experienceful, acting according to his knowledge. Now we enjoy this happiness, after we had despaired of the birth of a son to thee, to inherit thy kingship. However, Allah, extolled be his name, hath not disappointed thine expectation, but hath granted thy petition, by reason of the goodliness of thy trust in him and thy submission of thine affairs to him. Then fair fall thy hope. There hath betided thee that which betided the crow and the serpent. Asked the king what was that? And their Wazir answered, Hear, O king, the tale of the crow and the serpent. A crow once dwelt in a tree, he and his wife, in all delight of life, till they came to the time of the hatching of their young, which was the midsummer season, when a serpent issued from its hole and crawled up the tree, wriggling around the branches till it came to the crow's nest, where it coiled itself up and there abode all the days of the summer, whilst the crow was driven away and found no opportunity to clear his home nor any place wherein to lie. When the days of heat were past, the serpent went away to its own place, and quoth the crow to his wife, Let us thank Almighty Allah, who hath preserved us and delivered us from this serpent, albeit we are forbidden from increase this year. Yet the Lord will not cut off our hope, so let us express our gratitude to him for having vouchsafed us safety and soundness of body. Indeed, we have none other in whom to confide, and if he will and we live to see the next year, he shall give us other young in the stead of those we have missed this year. Next summer, when the hatching season came round, the serpent again sallied forth from its place and made for the crow's nest. But, as it was coiling up a branch, a kite swooped down on it and struck claws into its head and tare it, whereupon it fell to the ground a swoon, and the ants came out upon it and ate it. FN number 78. So the crow and his wife abode in peace and quiet, and bred a numerous brood, and thanked Allah for their safety and for the young that were born to them. In like manner, O king, continued the Wazir, it behoveth us to thank God for that wherewith he hath favoured thee and us in vouchsafing us this blessed child of good omen, after despair and the cutting off of hope. May he make fair thy future reward and the issue of thine affair. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 904th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the second Wazir had ended with the words, Allah make fair thy future reward and the issue of thine affair, the third Wazir presently rose and said, Rejoice, O just king, in the assurance of present prosperity and future felicity, for him whom the denizens of earth love, the denizens of heaven likewise love, and indeed Almighty Allah hath made affection to be thy portion and hath stablished it in the hearts of the people of thy kingdom, wherefore to him be thanks and praise from us and from thee, so he may deign increase his bounty unto thee and unto us in thee. For know, O king, that man can originate naught as by command of Allah the Most High, and that he is the giver, and all good which befalleth the creature hath its end and issue in him. He allotteth his favours to his creatures, as it liketh him. To some he giveth gifts galore, while others he doometh barely to win their daily bread. Some he maketh lords and captains, and others recluses, who abstain from the world and aspire but to him, for he it is who saith, I am the harmer with adversity and the healer with prosperity. I make whole and make sick. I enrich and impoverish. I kill and quicken, in my hand is everything, and unto me all things do tend. Wherefore it behoveth all men to praise him. Now, especially thou, O king, art of the fortunate, the pious, of whom it is said, the happiest of the just is he for whom Allah uniteth the weal of this world and of the next world, who is content with that portion which Allah allotteth to him, and who giveth him thanks for that which he hath stablished. And indeed he that is rebellious and seeketh other than the dole which God hath decreed unto him and for him, favoureth the wild ass and the jackal. FN number 79, the king asked, and what is the story of the twain? The Wazir answered, Hear, O king, the tale of the wild ass and the jackal. A certain jackal was wont every day to leave his lair and fare forth questing his daily bread. Now one day, as he was in a certain mountain, behold, the day was done, and he set out to return, when he fell in with another jackal who saw him on the tramp, and each began to tell his mate of the quarry he had gotten. Quoth one of them, The other day I came upon a wild ass, and I was an-hungered, for it was 3 days since I had eaten, so I rejoiced in this and thanked Almighty Allah for bringing him into my power. Then I tore out his heart and ate it, and was full, and returned to my home. That was 3 days ago, since which time I have found nothing to eat, yet am I still full of meat. When the other jackal heard his fellow's story, he envied his fullness and said in himself, There is no help but that I eat the heart of a wild ass. So he left feeding for some days, till he became emaciated and nigh upon death, and bestirred not himself, neither did he endeavour to get food, but lay coiled up in his earth. And whilst he was thus, behold, one day there came out 2 hunters drudging in quest of quarry, and started a wild ass. They followed on his trail, tracking him all day, till at last one of them shot at him a forked FN number 80 arrow, which pierced his vitals and reached his heart and killed him in front of the jackal's hole. Then the hunters came up, and finding him dead, pulled out the shaft from his heart, but only the wood came away, and the forked head abode in the ass's belly. So they left him where he lay, expecting that others of the wild beasts would flock to him, but when it was eventide and nothing fell to them, they returned to their abiding places. The jackal, hearing the commotion at the mouth of his home, lay quiet till nightfall, when he came forth of his lair, groaning for weakness and hunger, and seeing the dead ass lying at his door, rejoiced with joy exceeding till he was like to fly for delight, and said, Praised be Allah who hath won me my wish without toil. Verily, I had lost hope of coming at a wild ass or aught else, and assuredly FN number 81, the Almighty hath sent him to me and crave him full to my homestead. Then he sprang on the body and tearing open its belly, thrust in his head and with his nose rummaged about its entrails, till he found the heart and tearing the tidbits swallowed it. But, as soon as he had so done, the forked head of the arrow struck deep in his gullet and he could neither get it down into his belly nor bring it forth of his throttle. So he made sure of destruction and said, of a truth it beseemeth not the creature to seek for himself aught over and above that which Allah hath allotted to him. Had I been content with what he appointed to me, I had not come to destruction. Wherefore, O king, added those ear, it becometh man to be content with whatso Allah hath distributed to him and thank him for his bounties to him and cast not off hope of his Lord. And behold, O king, because of the purity of thy purpose and the fair intent of thy good works, Allah hath blessed thee with their son, after despair, wherefore we pray the Almighty to vouchsafe him length of days and abiding happiness and make him a blessed successor, faithful in the observance of thy covenant, after thy long life. Then arose the fourth wazir, and said, Verily, and the king be a man of understanding, a frequenter of the gates of wisdom. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 905th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the fourth wazir arose and said, Verily, and the king be a man of understanding, a frequenter of the gates of wisdom, versed in science, government and policy, and eke upright in purpose and just to his subjects, honoring those to whom honor is due, revering those who are in of reverence, tempering puissance with using clemency when as it behoveth, and protecting both governors and governed, lightening all burthens for them and bestowing largesse on them, sparing their blood and covering their shame and keeping his troth with them. Such a king, I say, is worthy of the felicity both present and future, worldly and otherworldly, and this is of that which protecteth him from ill will and helpeth him to the stablishing of his kingdom and the victory over his enemies and the winning of his wish, together with increase of Allah's bounty to him and his favouring him for his praise of him and the attainment of his protection. But in the king be the contrary of this, he never ceaseth from his fortunes and calamities, he and the people of his realm, for that his oppression embrasseth both stranger far and kinsman near, and there cometh to pass with him that which befell the unjust king with the pilgrim prince. King Jalad asked, And how was that? And their wazir answered, Hear, O king, the tale of the unjust king and the pilgrim prince. There was once in Mauritania land FN number 82, a king who exceeded in his rule, a tyrant, violent and over-severe, who had no respect for the welfare or protection of his lieges nor of those who entered his realm, and from everyone who came within his kingdom his officers took 4/5 of his monies, leaving him 1/5 and no more. Now Allah Almighty decreed that he should have a son, who was fortunate and God-favoured, and seeing the pomps and vanities of this world to be transient as they are unrighteous, renounced them in his youth and rejected the world and that which is therein and fared forth serving the Most High, wandering pilgrim-wise over woods and wastes and by times entering towns and cities. One day, he came to his father's capital and the guards laid hands on him and searched him but found naught upon him save 2 gowns, one new and the other old. FN number 83, so they stripped the new one from him and left him the old, after they had entreated him with contumely and contempt, whereat he complained and said, Woe to you, O ye oppressors! I am a poor man and a pilgrim, FN number 84, and what shall this gown by any means profit you? Except ye restore it to me, I will go to the king and make complaint to him of you. They replied, We act thus by the king's command, so do what seemeth good to thee. Accordingly he betook himself to the king's palace and would have entered, but the chamberlains denied him admittance, and he turned away, saying in himself, There is nothing for me except to watch till he cometh out and complain to him of my case and that which hath befallen me. And whilst he waited, behold, he heard one of the guards announce the king's faring forth, whereupon he crept up, little by little, till he stood before the gate, and presently when the king came out, he threw himself in his way, and after blessing him and wishing him weal, he made his complaint to him, informing him how scurvily he had been entreated by the gatekeepers. Lastly he gave him to know that he was a man of the people of Allah, FN number 85, who had rejected the world-seeking acceptance of Allah, and who went wandering over earth and entering every city and hamlet, whilst all the folk he met gave him alms according to their competence. I entered this thy city, continued he, hoping that the folk would deal kindly and graciously with me as with others of my condition, FN number 86, but thy followers stopped me and stripped me of one of my gowns and loaded me with blows. Wherefore do thou look into my case and take me by the hand and get me back my gown, and I will not abide in thy city an hour. Quoth the unjust king, who directed thee to enter this city, and knowing the custom of its king. And quoth the pilgrim, give me back my gown and do with me what thou wilt. Now when the king heard this, his temper changed for the worse, and he said, O fool, FN number 87, we stripped thee of thy gown, so thou mightest humble thyself to us, but since thou makest this clamour, I will strip thy soul from thee. Then he commanded to cast him into jail, where he began to repent of having answered the king, and reproached himself for not having left him the gown and saved his life. When it was the middle of the night, he rose to his feet and prayed long and prayerfully, saying, O Allah, thou art the righteous judge. Thou knowest my case and that which hath befallen me with this tyrannical king, and I, thine oppressed servant, beseech thee, of the abundance of thy mercy, to deliver me from the hand of this unjust ruler, and send down on him thy vengeance, for thou art not unmindful of the upright of every oppressor. Wherefore, if thou know that he hath wronged me, loose on him thy vengeance this night, and send down on him thy punishment, for thy rule is just, and thou art the helper of every mourner, O thou to whom belong the power and the glory to the end of time. When the jailer heard the prayer of the poor prisoner, he trembled in every limb, and behold, a fire suddenly broke out in the king's palace and consumed it and all that were therein, even to the door of the prison, FN number 88, and none was spared but the jailer and the pilgrim. Now when the jailer saw this, he knew that it had not befallen save because of the pilgrim's prayer, so he loosed him, and fleeing with him forth of the burning, betook himself, he and the king's son, to another city. So was the unjust king consumed, he and all his city, by reason of his injustice, and he lost the goods both of this world and the next world. As for us, O auspicious king, continued the wazir, we neither lie down nor rise up without praying for thee and thanking Allah the Most High for his grace in giving thee to us, tranquil in reliance on thy justice and the excellence of thy governance. And sore indeed was our care for thy lack of a son to inherit thy kingdom, fearing lest after thee there betide us a king unlike thee. But now the Almighty hath bestowed his favours upon us, and done away our concern, and brought us gladness in the birth of this blessed child. Wherefore we beseech the Lord to make him a worthy successor to thee, and endow him with glory and felicity enduring and good abiding. Then rose the fifth wazir and said, Blessed be the Most High, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 906th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the fifth wazir said, Blessed be the Most High, giver of all good gifts and graces the most precious. But to continue, we are well assured that Allah favoureth whoso are thankful to him and mindful of his faith, and thou, O auspicious king, art far famed for these illustrious virtues, and for justice and equitable dealing between subject, and in that which is acceptable to Allah Almighty. By reason of this hath the Lord exalted thy dignity and prospered thy days, and bestowed on thee the good gift of this august child, after despair, wherefrom the hath betided us gladness abiding and joys which may not be cut off, for we before this were in exceeding cark and passing care, because of thy lack of issue, and full of concern bethinking us of all thy justice and gentle dealing with us, and fearful lest Allah decree death to thee and there be none to succeed thee and inherit the kingdom after thee. And so we be divided in our counsels and dissent signs arise between us, and there befell us what befell the crows. Asked the king, and what befell the crows? And there was ear answered saying, Hear, O auspicious king, the tale of the crows and the hawk. There was once, in a certain desert, a spacious wadi, full of rills and trees and fruits and birds singing the praises of Allah, the one of all might, creator of day and night, and among them was a troop of crows, which led the happiest of lives. Now they were under the sway and government of a crow who ruled them with mildness and benignity, so that they were with him in peace and contentment, and by reason of their wisely ordering their affairs, none of the other birds could avail against them. Presently it chanced that the befell their chief the doom irrevocably appointed to all creatures, and he departed life. FN number 89, whereupon the others mourned for him with sore mourning, and what added to their grief was that there abided not amongst them like him one who should fill his place. So they all assembled in a dark council together concerning whom it befitted for his goodness and piety to set over them, and a party of them chose one crow, saying, It beseemeth that this be king over us, whilst others objected to him and would none of him. And thus there arose division and dissension amidst them, and the strife of excitement waxed hot between them. At last they agreed amongst themselves and consented to sleep the night upon it, and that none should go forth at dawn next day to seek his living, but that all must wait till high morning, when they should gather together all in one place. Then, said they, we will all take flight at once, and whichsoever shall soar above the rest in his flying, he shall be accepted of us as ruler and be made king over us. The fancy pleased them, so they made covenant together and did as they had agreed and took flight all, but each of them deemed himself higher than his fellow, wherefore quoth this one, I am highest, and that, nay, that am I. Then said the lowest of them, Look up, all of you, and whomsoever ye find the highest of you, let him be your chief. So they raised their eyes, and seeing the hawk soaring over them, said each to other, We agreed that which bird soever should be the highest of us we will make king over us. And behold, the hawk is the highest of us. What say ye to him? And they all cried out, We accept of him. Accordingly they summoned the hawk and said to him, O Father of good, FN number 90, we have chosen thee ruler over us, that thou mayst look into our affair. The hawk consented, saying, Inshallah, ye shall win of me abounding weal. So they rejoiced and made him their king. But after a while, he fell to taking a company of them every day and betaking himself with them afar off to one of the caves, where he struck them down and eating their eyes and brains, threw their bodies into the river. And he ceased not doing on this wise, it being his intent to destroy them all till, seeing their number daily diminishing, the crows flocked to him and said, O our king, we complain to thee because from the date we made thee sovereign and ruler over us, we are in the sorriest case, and every day a company of us is missing, and we know not the reason of this, more by token that the most part thereof are the high in rank and of those in attendance on thee. We must now look after our own safety. Thereupon the hawk waxed wroth with them and said to them, Verily, ye are the murderers, and ye forestall me with accusation. So saying, he pounced upon them and tearing to pieces half a score of their chiefs in front of the rest, threatened them and drave them out, sorely cuffed and beaten, from before him. Hereat they repented them of that which they had done and said, We have known no good since the death of our first king, especially in the deed of this stranger in kind, that we deserve our sufferings even had he destroyed us one by one to the last of us. And there is exemplified in us the saying of him that saith, Whoso submitteth him not to the rule of his own folk, the foe hath dominion over him, of his folly. And now there is nothing for it but to flee for our lives, else shall we perish. So they took flight and dispersed to various places. And we also, O king, continued the wazir, feared lest the like of this befall us and there become ruler over us a king other than thyself, but Allah hath vouchsafed us this boon and hath sent us this blessed child, and now we are assured of peace and union and security and prosperity in our motherland. So lauded be Almighty Allah, and to him be praise and thanks and goodly gratitude. And may he bless the king and all his subjects and vouchsafe unto us and him the acme of felicity and make his life tide happy and his endeavour constant. Then arose the sixth wazir and said, Allah favour thee with all felicity, O king, in this world and in the next world. Verily, the ancients have left us this saying, whoso prayeth and fasteth and giveth parents their due and is just in his rule meeteth his Lord, and he is well pleased with him. Thou hast been set over us and hast ruled us justly, and thine every step in this hath been blessed. Wherefore we beseech Allah Almighty to make great thy reward eternal and requite thee thy beneficence. I have heard what this wise man hath said respecting our fear for the loss of our prosperity, by reason of the death of the king or the advent of another who should not be his parallel, and how after him dissensions would be rife among us and calamity betide from our division, and how it behoved us therefore to be instant in prayer to Allah the Most High, so haply he might vouchsafe the king a happy son to inherit the kingship after him. But, after all, the issue of that which man desireth of mundane goods and wherefore he lusteth is unknown to him, and consequently it behoveth a mortal to ask not of his Lord a thing whose end he wotteth not, for that haply the hurt of that thing is nearer to him than its gain, and his destruction may be in that he seeketh, and there may befall him what befell the serpent charmer, his wife and children and the folk of his house. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 907th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the sixth wazir said, It behoveth not a man to ask of his lord aught whereof he ignoreth the issue, for that haply the hurt of that thing may be nearer than its gain, his destruction may be in that he seeketh, and there may befall him what befell the serpent charmer, his children, his wife and his household. The king asked, What was that? And their wazir answered, Hear, O king, the tale of the serpent charmer and his wife. There was once a man, a serpent charmer, FN number 91, who used to train serpents, and this was his trade, and he had a great basket, FN number 92, wherein were 3 snakes, but the people of his house knew this not. Every day he used to go round with this pannier about the town, gaining his living and that of his family by showing the snakes, and at eventide he returned to his house and clapped them back into the basket privily. This lasted a long while, but it chanced one day, when he came home, as was his wont, his wife asked him, saying, What is in this pannier? And he replied, What wouldest thou with it? Is not provision plentiful with you? Be thou content with that which Allah hath allotted to thee, and ask not of aught else. With this the woman held her peace, but she said in herself, There is no help but that I search this basket and know what is there. So she egged on her children and enjoined them to ask him of the pannier and importune him with their questions, till he should tell them what was therein. They presently concluded that it contained something to eat, and sought every day of their father that he should show them what was therein, and he still put them off with pleasant presences and forbade them from asking this. On such wise they abode a while, the wife and mother still persisting in her quest, till they agreed with her that they would neither eat meat nor drain drink with their father, till he granted them their prayer and opened the basket to them. One night, behold, the serpent charmer came home with great plenty of meat and drink, and took his seat, calling them to eat with him, but they refused his company and showed him anger. Whereupon he began to coax them with fair words, saying, Look, tell me what you would have, that I may bring it you, be it meat or drink or raiment. Answered they, O our father, we want nothing of thee but that thou open this pannier that we may see what is therein, else we will slay ourselves. He rejoined, O my children, there is nothing good for you therein, and indeed the opening of it will be harmful to you. Here they redoubled in a rage for all he could say, which when he saw, he began to scold them and threaten them with beating, except they returned from such condition, but they only increased in anger and persistence in asking, till at last he waxed wroth and took a staff to beat them, and they fled from before him within the house. Now the basket was present, and the serpent charmer had not hidden it anywhere, so his wife left him occupied with the children and opened the pannier in haste, that she might see what was therein. Thereupon behold, the serpents came out and first struck their fangs into her and killed her. Then they tried round about the house and slew all, great and small, who were therein, except the serpent charmer, who left the place and went his way. If then, O auspicious king, continued the wazir, thou consider this, thou wilt be convinced that it is not for a man to desire aught save that which God the Great refuseth not to him, nay, he should be content with what he willeth. And thou, O king, for the overflowing of thy wisdom and the excellence of thine understanding, Allah hath cooled thine eyes with the advent of this thy son, after despair, and hath comforted thy heart, wherefore we pray the Almighty to make him of the just successors acceptable to himself and to his subjects. Then rose the 7th wazir and said, O king, I know and certify all that my brethren, these ministers wise and learned, have said in the presence, praising thy justice and the goodness of thy policy, and proving how thou art distinguished in this from all kings other than thyself, wherefore they gave thee the preference over them. Indeed, this be of that which is incumbent on us, O king, and I say, praise be Allah, in that he hath girded thee with his gifts and vouchsafed thee of his mercy, the welfare of the realm, and hath succoured thee and ourselves, on condition that we increase in gratitude to him, and all this no otherwise than by thine existence. What while thou remainest amongst us, we fear and not oppression, neither dread upright, nor can any take long-handed advantage of our weakness. And indeed it is said, the greatest good of a people is a just king, and the greatest till an unjust king, and again, better dwell with rending lions than with a tyrannous sultan. So praised be Almighty Allah with eternal praise, for that he hath blessed us with thy life and vouchsafed thee this blessed child, whenas thou wast stricken in years and hast despaired of issue. For the goodliest of the gifts in this world is a virtuous sire, and it is said, whoso hath no progeny his life is without result, and he leaveth no memory. As for thee, because of the righteousness of thy justice and thy pious reliance on Allah the Most High, thou hast been vouchsafed this happy son. Yea, this blessed FN number 93, child cometh as a gift from the Most High Lord to us and to thee, for the excellence of thy governance and the goodliness of thy long sufferance, and in this thou hast fared even as fared the spider and the wind. Asked the king, and what is the story of the spider and the wind? And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 908th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king asked, and what is the story of the twain? The wazir answered, give ear, O king, to the tale of the spider and the wind. A spider once attached herself to a high gate, FN number 94, and retired and span her web there and dwelt therein in peace, giving thanks to the Almighty, who had made this dwelling place easy to her and had set her in safety from noxious reptiles. On this wise she abode a long while, still giving thanks to Allah for her ease and regular supply of daily bread, till her Creator bethought him to try her and make essay of her gratitude and patience. So he sent upon her a strong east wind, which carried her away, web and all, and cast her into the main. The waves washed her ashore, and she thanked the Lord for safety and began to upbraid the wind, saying, O wind, why hast thou dealt thus with me, and what good hast thou gotten by bearing me hither from my abiding place, where indeed I was in safety, secure in my home on the top of that gate? Replied the wind, saying, O spider, hast thou not learned that this world is a house of calamities, and, Say me, who can boast of lasting happiness that such portion shall be thine? Wottest thou not that Allah tempteth his creatures in order to learn by trial what may be their powers of patience? How, then, cloth it beset thee to upbraid me, thou who hast been saved by me from the vasty deep? Thy words are true, O wind, replied the spider, yet not the less do I desire to escape from this stranger land into which thy violence hath cast me. The wind rejoined, cease thy blaming, for right soon I will bear thee back and replace thee in thy place, as thou wast aforetime. So the spider waited patiently till the northeast wind left blowing, and there arose a southwest wind, which gently caught her up and flew with her towards her dwelling place, and when she came to her abode, she knew it and clung to it. And we, continued the Wazir, beseech Allah, who hath rewarded the king for his singleness of heart and patience, and hath taken pity on his subjects and blessed them with his favour, and hath vouchsafed the king this son in his old age, after he had despaired of issue and removed him not from the world, till he had blessed him with coolth of eyes and bestowed on him what he hath bestowed of kingship and empire, to vouchsafe unto thy son that which he hath vouchsafed unto thee of dominion and sultanship and glory. Amen. Then said the king, Praise be Allah over all praise and thanks be to him over all thanks. There is no God but he, the creator of all things, by the light of whose signs we know the glory of his greatness, and who giveth kingship and command over his own country to whom he willeth of his servants. He chooseth of them whomso he pleased to make him his viceroy and viceregent over his creatures, and commandeth him to just and equitable dealing with them, and the maintenance of religious laws and practices, and right conduct and constancy in ordering their affairs to that which is most acceptable to him and most grateful to them. Whoso cloth thus and obeyeth the commandment of his Lord, his desire attaineth, and the orders of his God maintaineth. So Providence preserveth him from the perils of the present world, and maketh ample his recompense in the future world, for indeed he neglecteth not the reward of the righteous. And whoso cloth otherwise than as Allah biddeth him sinneth mortal sin, and disobeyeth his Lord, preferring his mundane to his supramundane weal. He hath no trace in this world, and in the next no portion, for Allah spareth not the unjust and the mischievous, nor cloth he neglect any of his servants. These our wazirs have set forth how, by reason of our just dealing with them and our wise governance of affairs, Allah hath vouchsafed us and them his grace, for which it behoveth us to thank him, because of the great abundance of his mercies. Each of them hath also spoken that wherewith the Almighty inspired him concerning this matter, and they have vied one with another in rendering thanks to the Most High Lord and praising him for his favours and bounties. I also render thanks to Allah for that I am but a slave commanded, my heart is in his hand and my tongue in his subjection, accepting that which he adjudgeth to me unto them, come what may thereof. Each one of them hath said what passed through his mind on the subject of this boy, and hath set forth that which was of the renewal of divine favour to us, after my rears had reached the term when confidence faileth and despair assaileth. So praise be Allah who hath saved us from disappointment and from the alternation of rulers, like to the alternation of night and day. For verily, this was a great boon both to them and to us. Wherefore we praise Almighty Allah who hath given a ready answer to our prayer, and hath blessed us with this boy and sat him in high place, as the inheritor of the kingship. And we entreat him, of his bounty and clemency, to make him happy in his actions, prone to pious works, so he may become a king and a sultan, governing his people with justice and equity, guarding them from perilous error and frowardness, of his grace, goodness and generosity. When the king had made an end of his speech, the sages and ulama rose and prostrated themselves before Allah and thanked the king, after which they kissed his hands and departed, each to his own house, whilst Jalad withdrew into his prayers for him and named him Word Khan. FN number 95. The boy grew up till he attained the age of 12. FN number 96. When the king, being minded to have him taught the arts and sciences, bade build him a palace amidmost the city, wherein were 303 rooms, FN number 97, and lodged him therein. Then he assigned him 3 wise men of the ulama and bade them not be lax in teaching him day and night, and look that there was no kind of learning but they instruct him therein, so he might become versed in all knowledge. He also commanded them to sit with him one day in each of the rooms by turn and write on the door thereof that which they had taught him therein of various kinds of law, and report to himself every 7 days whatso instructions they had imparted to him. So they went into the prince and stinted not from educating him day nor night, nor withheld from him aught of that they knew, and presently there appeared in him readiness to receive instruction such as none had shown before him. Every 7th day his governors reported to the king what his son had learned and mastered, whereby Jalad became proficient in goodly learning and fair culture, and the ulamas said to him, "Never saw you one so richly gifted with understanding as is this boy. Allah bless thee in him and give thee joy of his life." When the prince had completed his 12th year, he knew the better part of every science and excelled all the ulama and sages of his day, wherefore his governors brought him to his sire and said to him, "Allah gladden thine eyes, O king, with this auspicious youth. We bring him to thee after he hath learnt all manner knowledge, and there is not one of the learned men of the time nor a scientist who hath attained to that whereto he hath attained of science." The king rejoiced in this with joy exceeding and, thanking the Almighty, prostrated himself in gratitude before Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, saying, "Lord be to the Lord for his mercies incalculable." Then he called his chief wazir and said to him, "Know, O Shimas, that the governors of my son are come to tell me that he hath mastered every kind of knowledge, and there is nothing but they have instructed him therein, so that he surpasseth in this all who forewent him. What sayest thou, O Shimas?" Hereat the minister prostrated himself before Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, and kissed the king's hand, saying, "Loath is the ruby stone, albeit be bedded in the hardest rock on hill, to do aught but shine as a lamp. And this thy son is such a gem. His tender age hath not hindered him from becoming a sage, and Alhamdulillah, praise be Allah for that which he deigned bestow on him. But tomorrow I will call an assembly of the flower of the emirs and men of learning, and examine the prince and cause him speak forth that which is with him in their presence, Inshallah." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 909th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king Jalad heard the words of his wazir, Shimas, he commended the attendance of the keenest-witted FN number 98, of the ulama and most accomplished of the learned and sages of his dominions, and they all presented themselves on the morrow at the door of the palace, whereupon the king bade admit them. Then entered Shimas and kissed the hands of the prince, who rose and prostrated himself to the minister. But Shimas said, "It behoveth not the lion whelp to prostrate himself to any of the wild beasts, nor besitteth it that light prostrate itself to shade." Quoth the prince, "Whenas the lion whelp seeth the leopard, FN number 99, he riseth up to him and prostrateth himself before him because of his wisdom, and light prostrateth itself to shade for the purpose of disclosing that which is within." Quoth Shimas, "True, O my lord, but I would have thee answer me anent whatso I shall ask thee, by leave of his highness and his lieges." And the youth said, "And I, with permission of my sire, will answer thee." So Shimas began and said, "Tell me what is the eternal, the absolute, and what are the 2 manifestations thereof, and whether of the 2 is the abiding one?" Answered the prince, "Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, is the eternal, the absolute, for that he is Alpha, without beginning, and Omega, without end. Now his 2 manifestations FN number 100, are this world and the next, and the abiding one of the 2 is the world to come. Q, thou sayest truly, and I approve thy reply, but I would have thee tell me, how knowest thou that one of Allah's manifestations is this world and the other the world to come? I know this because this world was created from nothingness and had not its being from any existing thing, wherefore its affair is referable to the first essence. Moreover, it is a commodity swift of ceasing, the works whereof call for requital of action, and this postulateth the reproduction FN number 101, of whatso passeth away, so the next world is the second manifestation. Q. Now inform me, how knowest thou that the world to come is the abiding one of the two existences? Because it is the house of requital for deeds done in this world, prepared by the eternal sons cease. Q. Who are the people of this world most to be praised for their practice? Those who prefer their will in the world to come before their will in this world. Q. And who is he that prefereth his future to his present welfare? He who knoweth that he dwelleth in a perishing house, that he was created but to vade away, and that, after vading away, he will be called to account. And indeed, whether in this world one living and abiding forever, he would not prefer it to the next world. Q. Can the future life subsist permanently without the present? He who hath no present life hath no future life, and indeed I liken this world and its folk and the goal to which they fare with certain workmen, for whom an emir buildeth narrow house and lodgeth them therein, commanding each of them to do a certain task, and assigning to him a set term, and appointing one to act as steward over them. Whoso doeth the work appointed unto him, the steward bringeth him forth of that straitness, but whoso doeth it not within the stablished term is punished. After a while, behold, they find honey exuding from the chinks of the house, FN number 102, and when they have eaten thereof and tasted its sweetness of savour, they slacken in their ordered task and cast it behind their backs. So they patiently suffer the straitness and distress wherein they are, with what they know of the future punishment whereto they are fast wending, and are content with this worthless and easily won sweetness, and the steward leaveth not to fetch every one of them forth of the house, for ill or good, when his appointed period shall have come. Now we know the world to be a dwelling wherein all eyes are dazed, and that each of its folk hath his set term, and he who findeth the little sweetness that is in the world and busieth himself therewith is of the number of the lost, since he prefereth the things of this world to the things of the next world. But whoso payeth no heed to this poor sweetness and prefereth the things of the coming world to those of this world, is of those who are saved. Q. I have heard what thou sayest of this world and the next, and I accept thine answer. But I see they are as two placed in authority over man, needs must he content them both, and they are contrary one to other. So, if the creature set himself to seek his livelihood, it is harmful to his soul in the future, and if he devote himself to the next world, it is hurtful to his body, and there is no way for him of pleasing these two contraries at once. Indeed, the quest of one's worldly livelihood with bias intent and unlawful wise has a viaticum for the quest of the goods of the world to come. If a man spend a part of his days in seeking his livelihood in this world, for the sustenance of his body, and devote the rest of his day to seeking the goods of the next world, for the repose of his soul and the warding off of hurt therefrom, and indeed I see this world and the other world as they were two kings, a just and an unjust. Asked Shimas, how so? And the youth began the tale of the two kings. There were once two kings, a just and an unjust, and this one had a land abounding in trees and fruits and herbs, that he let no merchant pass without robbing him of his monies and his merchandise, and the traders endured this with patience, by reason of their profit from the fatness of the earth and the means of life and its pleasantness, more by token that it was renowned for its richness in precious stones and gems. Now the just king, who loved jewels, heard of this land and sent one of his subjects thither, giving him much specie and bidding him pass with it into the other's realm and buy jewels therefrom. So he went thither, and, it being told to the unjust king that a merchant was come to his kingdom with much money to buy jewels withal, he sent for him to the presence and said to him, Who art thou and whence comest thou and who brought thee thither and what is thy errand? Quoth the merchant, I am such and such a region, and the king of that land gave me money and bade me buy therewith jewels from this country, So I obeyed his binding and came. Cried the unjust king out on thee. Knowest thou not my fashion of dealing with the people of my realm, and how each day I take their monies? How then comest thou to my country? And behold, thou hast been a sojourner here since such a time. Answered the trader, the money is not mine, not a mite of it, nay, 'tis a trust in my hands till I bring its equivalent to its owner. But the king said, I will not let thee take thy livelihood of my land or go out therefrom, except thou ransom thyself with this money, all of it. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 910th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the unjust ruler said to the trader who came to buy jewels from his country, 'Tis not possible for thee to take thy livelihood of my land except thou ransom thy life with this money, all of it, else shalt thou die. So the man said in himself, I am fallen between two kings, and I know that the oppression of this ruler embrasseth all who abide in his dominions, and if I satisfy him not, I shall lose both life and money, whereof is no doubt, and shall fail of my errand, whilst, on the other hand, if I give him all the gold, it will most assuredly prove my ruin with its owner, the other king, wherefore no device will serve me but that I give this one a trifling part thereof and content him therewith and avert from myself and from the many perdition. Thus shall I get my livelihood of the fatness of this land, till I buy that which I desire of jewels, and, after satisfying the tyrant with gifts, I will take my portion of the profit and return to the owner of the money with his need, trusting in his justice and indulgence, and unfearing that he will punish me for that which this unjust king taketh of the treasure, especially if it be but a little. Then the trader called down blessings on the tyrant and said to him, O king, I will ransom myself and this specie with a small portion thereof, from the time of my entering thy country to that of my going forth therefrom. The king agreed to this and left him at peace for a year, till he bought all manner jewels with the rest of the money and returned therewith to his master, to whom he made his excuses, confessing to having saved himself from the unjust king as before related. The just king accepted his excuse and praised him for his wise device and set him on his right hand in his divan and appointed him in his kingdom an abiding inheritance and a happy life-tide. FN number 103. Now the just king is the similitude of the future world, and the unjust king that of the present world. The jewels that be in the tyrant's dominions are good deeds and pious works. The merchant is man, and the money he hath with him is the provision appointed him of Allah. When I consider this, I know that it behoveth him who seeketh his livelihood in this world to leave not a day without seeking the goods of the world to come. So shall he content this world with that which he gaineth of the fatness of the earth, and satisfy the other world with that which he spendeth of his life in seeking after it. Q.R. The spirit FN number 104, and the body alike in reward and retribution, or is the body, as the luster of lusts and of sinful deeds, and especially affected with punishment. The inclination to lusts and sins may be the cause of earning reward by the withholding of the soul therefrom and the repenting thereof, but the command FN number 105, is in the hand of him who cloth what he will, and things by their contraries are distinguished. Thus subsistence is necessary to the body, but there is no body without soul, and the purification of the spirit is in making clean the intention in this world and taking thought to that which shall profit in the world to come. Indeed, soul and body are like two horses racing for a wager, or two foster brothers, or two partners in business. By the intent are good deeds distinguished, and thus the body and soul are partners in actions and in reward and retribution, and in this they are like the blind man and the cripple with the overseer of the garden. Asked Shimas, how so? And the prince said, Hear, O Wazir, the tale of the blind man and the cripple. A blind man and a cripple were travelling companions and used to beg alms in company. One day they sought admission into the garden of someone of the benevolent and a kind-hearted wight. Hearing their talk, took compassion on them and carried them into his garden, where he left them after plucking for them some of its produce and went away, bidding them do no waste nor damage therein. When the fruits became ripe, the cripple said to the blind man, "Hark, I see ripe fruits and long for them, but I cannot rise to eat thereof, so go thou arise, for thou art sound of either leg, and fetch us somewhat that we may eat." Replied the blind, "Fie upon thee! I had no thought of them, but now that thou callest them to my mind, I long to eat of them, and I am impotent unto this, being unable to see them, so how shall we do to get at them?" At this moment, behold, up came the overseer of the garden, who was a man of understanding, and the cripple said to him, "Hark, O overseer! I long for somewhat of those fruits, but we are, as thou sayest, I am a cripple and my mate here is stone blind, so what shall we do?" Replied the overseer, "Woe to you! Have ye forgotten that the master of the garden stipulated with you that ye should do nothing whereby waste or damage befall it? So take warning and abstain from this." But they answered, "Needs must we get our portion of these fruits that we may eat thereof, so tell us some device whereby we shall contrive this." When the overseer saw that they were not to be turned from their purpose, he said, "This, then, is my device, O cripple. Let the blind bear thee on his back, and take thee under the tree whose fruit pleaseth thee, so thou mayst pluck what thou canst reach thereof." Accordingly the blind man took on his back the cripple, who guided him till he brought him under a tree, and he fell to plucking from it what he would, and tearing at its boughs till he had despoiled it, after which they went round about and throughout the garden and wasted it with their hands and feet, nor did they cease from this fashion, till they had stripped all the trees of the garth. Then they returned to their place, and presently up came the master of the garden, who, seeing it in this plight, was wroth with sore wrath, and coming up to them said, "Woe to you! What fashion is this? Did I not stipulate with you that ye should do no damage in the garden?" Quoth they, "Thou knowest that we are powerless to come at any of the fruit, for that one of us is a cripple and cannot rise, and the other is blind and cannot see that which is before him, so what is our offence?" But the master answered, "Think ye I know not how ye wrought and how ye have gone about to do waste in my garden? No, as if I had been with thee, O blind, that thou tookest the cripple pick aback, and he showed thee the way till thou borest him to the trees. Then he punished them with grievous punishment and thrust them out of the garden. Now the blind is the similitude of the body which seeth not save by the spirit, and the cripple that of the soul, for that it hath no power of motion but by the body. The garden is the works, for which the creature is rewarded or punished, and the overseer is the reason which biddeth to good and forbiddeth from evil. Thus the body and the soul are partners in reward and retribution. Which of the learned men is most worthy of praise? According to thee, he who is learned in the knowledge of Allah and whose knowledge profiteth him. And who is this? Whoso is intent upon seeking to please his Lord and avoid his wrath. And which of them is the most excellent? He who is most learned in the knowledge of Allah. And which is the most experienced of them? Whoso in doing according to his knowledge is most constant. And which is the purest hearted of them? He who is most assiduous in preparing for death and praising the Lord, and least of them in hope. And indeed he who penetrateth his soul with the awful ways of death is as one who looketh into a clear mirror, for that he knoweth the truth, and the mirror still increaseth in clearness and brilliance. What are the goodliest of treasures? The treasures of heaven. Which is the goodliest of the treasures of heaven? The praise of Allah and his magnification. Which is the most excellent of the treasures of earth? The practice of kindness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 911th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Wazir Shimas asked the king's son, saying, Which is the most excellent of the treasures of earth? He answered, The practice of kindness. So the minister pursued, Tell me of 3 several and different things, knowledge and judgment and wit, and of that which uniteth them. Knowledge cometh of learning, judgment of experience, and wit of reflection, and they are all stablished and united in reason. Whoso combineth these three qualities attaineth perfection, and he who addeth thereto the piety and fear of the Lord is in the right course. Take the case of a man of learning and wisdom, endowed with right judgment, luminous intelligence and a keen wit and excelling, and tell me, can desire and lust change these his qualities? Yes, for these two passions, when they enter into a man, alter his wisdom and understanding and judgment and wit, and he is like the ossifrage FN number 106, which, for precaution against the hunters, abode in the upper air, of the excess of his subtlety. But, as he was thus, he saw a fowler set up his nets, and when the toils were firmly staked down bait them with a bit of meat, which when he beheld, desire and lust thereof overcame him, and he forgot that which he had seen of springes and of the sorry plight of all birds that fell into them. So he swooped down from the welkin, and pouncing upon the piece of meat, was meshed in the same snare and could not win free. When the fowler came up and saw the ossifrage taken in his toils, he marvelled with exceeding marvel, and said, I set up my nets, thinking to take therein pigeons and the like of small fowl. How came this ossifrage to fall into it? It is said that when desire and lust incite a man of understanding to aught, he considereth the end thereof, and refraineth from that which they make fair, and represseth with his reason his lust and his concupiscence. For, when these passions urge him to aught, it behoveth him to make his reason like unto a horseman skilled in horsemanship, who, mounting a skittish horse, curbeth him with a sharp bit. FN number 107, so that he go aright with him, and bear him whither he will. As for the ignorant man, who hath neither knowledge nor judgment, while all things are obscure him, and desire and lust lord it over him, verily he doeth according to his desire and his lust, and is of the number of those that perish, nor is there among men one in worse case than he. When is knowledge profitable, and when availeth reason to ward off the ill effects of desire and lust, when their possessor useth them in quest of the goods of the next world? For reason and knowledge are altogether profitable, but it befitteth not their owner to expend them in the quest of the goods of this world, save in such measure as may be needful for gaining his livelihood and defending himself from its mischief, but to lay them out with a view to futurity. What is most worthy that a man should apply himself thereto and occupy his heart withal? Good works and pious. If a man do this, it diverteth him from gaining his living. How then shall he do for his daily bread wherewith he may not dispense? A man's day is 24 hours, and it behoveth him to employ 1/3 thereof in seeking his living, another in prayer and repose, and the other in the pursuits of knowledge. FN number 108. For a reasonable man without knowledge is a barren land, which hath no place for tillage, tree planting or grass growing. Except it be prepared for filth and plantation, no fruit will profit therein, but, if it be tilled and planted, it bringeth forth goodly fruits. So with a man lacking education, there is no profit in him till knowledge be granted in him, then cloth he bear fruit. What sayest thou of knowledge without understanding? It is as the knowledge of a brute. FN number 109. Beast, which hath learnt the hours of its foddering and waking, but hath no reason. Thou hast been brief in thine answer hereanent, but I accept thy reply. Tell me, how shall I guard myself against the Sultan, by giving him no way to thee? And how can I but give him way to me, seeing that he is set in dominion over me, and that the reins of my affair be in his hand? His dominion over thee lieth in the duties thou owest him, wherefore, and thou give him his due, he hath no farther dominion over thee. What are a wazir's duties to his king? Good counsel and zealous service both in public and private, right judgment, the keeping of his secrets, and that he conceal from his lord naught of that whereof he hath the right to be informed. Lack of neglect of aught of his need with the gratifying of which he chargeth him, the seeking his approval in every guise, and the avoidance of his anger. Q. How should the wazir do with the king, and thou be wazir to the king and wouldst fain become safe from him? Let thy hearing and thy speaking to him surpass his expectation of thee, and be thy seeking of thy want from him after the measure of thy rank in his esteem. And beware lest thou advance thyself to a dignity whereof he deemeth thee unworthy, for this would be like presuming against him. So, if thou take advantage of his mildness and raise thee to a rank beyond that which he deemeth thy due, thou wilt be like the hunter, whose wont it was to trap wild beasts for their pelts and cast away the flesh. Now a lion used to come to that place and eat of the carrion, and in course of time, he made friendship with a hunter who would throw meat to him and wipe his hands on his back whilst the lion wagged his tail. FN number 110. But when the hunter saw his tameness and gentleness and submissiveness to him, he said to himself, Verily this lion humbleth himself to me, and I am master of him, and I see not why I should not mount him and strip off his hide, as with the other wild beasts. So he took courage and sprang on the lion's back, presuming on his mildness and deeming himself sure of him, which when the lion saw, he raged with exceeding rage, and raising his forepaw, smote the hunter, that he drove his claws into his vitals, after which he cast him underfoot and tare him in pieces and devoured him. By this we may know that it behoveth the wazir to bear himself towards the king according to that which he seeth of his condition, and not presume upon the superiority of his own judgment, lest the king become jealous of him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 912th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Ruth, the son of King Jalad, said to Shimas the wazir, It behoveth the minister to bear himself towards the monarch according to that which he seeth of his condition, and not to presume upon the superiority of his own judgment, lest the king wax jealous of him. Quoth Shimas, How shall the wazir grace himself in the king's sight? By the performance of the trust committed to him, and of loyal counsel and sound judgment, and the execution of his commands. Q. As for what thou sayest of the wazir's duty to avoid the king's anger and perform his wishes and apply himself diligently to the doing of that wherewith he chargeth him, such duty is always incumbent on him. But how, and the king's whole pleasure be tyranny and the practice of oppression and exorbitant extortion, and what shall the wazir do if he be afflicted by intercourse with this unjust lord, and he strive to turn him from his lust and his desire? He cannot do this, and if he follow him in his lusts and flatter him with false counsel, he assumeth the weight of responsibility herein and becometh an enemy to the people. What sayest thou of this? What thou speakest, O wazir, of his responsibility and sinfulness ariseth only in the case of his abetting the king in his wrongdoing, but it behoveth the wazir, when the king taketh counsel with him of the like of this, to show forth to him the way of justice and equity, and warn him against tyranny and oppression, and expound to him the principles of righteously governing the lieges, alluring him with the future reward that pertaineth to this, and restraining him with warning of the punishment he otherwise will incur. If the king incline to him and hearken unto his words, his end is gained, and if not, there is nothing for it but that he depart from him after courteous fashion, because in parting for each of them is ease. Q. What are the duties of the king to his subjects, and what are the obligations of the lieges to their lord? They shall do whatso he ordereth them with pure intent, and obey him in that which pleaseth him and pleaseth Allah and the apostle of Allah. And the lieges can claim of the Lord that he protect their possessions and guard their women. FN number 111. Even as it is their duty to hearken unto him and obey him, and expend their lives freely in his defence, and give him his lawful due, and praise him fairly for that which he bestoweth upon them of his justice and bounty. Q. Have his subjects any claim upon the king other than that which thou hast said? Yes. The rights of the subjects from their sovereign are more binding than a liege lord's claim upon his lieges, for that the breach of his duty towards them is more harmful than that of their duty towards him, because the ruin of the king and the loss of his kingdom and fortune befall not save by the breach of his devoir to his subjects. Wherefore it behoveth him who is invested with a kingship to be assiduous in furthering three things, to wit, the fostering of the faith, the fostering of his subjects, and the fostering of government, for by the ensuing of these three things, his kingdom shall endure. How cloth it behove him to do for his subjects' weal, by giving them their due and maintaining their laws and customs. FN number 112, and employing ulama and learned men to teach them and justifying them, one of other, and sparing their blood and defending their goods and lightening their loads and strengthening their hosts. What is the minister's claim upon the monarch? None hath a more imperative claim on the king than hath the wazir, for three reasons. Firstly, because of that which shall befall him from his liege lord in case of error in judgment, and because of the general advantage to king and commons in case of sound judgment. Secondly, that folk may know the goodliness of the degree which the wazir holdeth in the king's esteem, and therefore look on him with eyes of veneration and respect and submission. FN number 113. And thirdly, that the wazir, seeing this from king and subjects, may ward off from them that which they hate and fulfill to them that which they love. I have heard all thou hast said of the attributes of king and wazir and liege and approve thereof. But now tell me what is incumbent in keeping the tongue from lying and folly and slandering good names and excess in speech. It behoveth a man to speak naught but good and kindness, and to talk not of that which toucheth him not, to leave detraction nor carry tale. He hath heard from one man to his enemy, neither seek to harm his friend nor his foe with his sultan, and reck not of any, neither of him from whom he hopeth for good nor of him whom he feareth for mischief, save of Allah Almighty, for he indeed is the only one who harmeth or profiteth. Let him not impute default unto any nor talk ignorantly, lest he incur the weight and the sin thereof before Allah and earn hate among men. For know thou that speech is like an arrow which once shot none can avail to recall. Let him also beware of disclosing his secret to one who shall discover it, lest he fall into mischief by reason of its disclosure, after confidence on its concealment, and let him be more careful to keep his secret from his friend than from his foe, from the keeping a secret with all folk is of the performance of faithful trust. Tell me how a man should bear himself with his family and friends. There is no rest for a son of Adam save in righteous conduct. He should render to his family that which they deserve, and to his brethren whatso is their due. What should one render to one's kinsfolk, to parents? Submission and soft speech, and affability and honor and reverence. To brethren, good counsel and readiness to expend money for them, and assistance in their undertakings, and joyance in their joy, and grieving for their grief, and closing of the eyes toward the errors that they may commit. For, when they experience this from a man, they requite him with the best of counsel they can command, and expend their lives in his defense. Wherefore, and thou know thy brother to be trusty, lavish upon him thy love, and help him in all his affairs. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 913th night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the youth, the son and heir of the king Jalad, when questioned by the wazir upon the subjects aforesaid, returned him satisfactory replies. When Shimas resumed, I see that brethren are of two kinds, brethren of trust and brethren of society. FN number 114. As for the first who be friends, there is due to them that which thou hast set forth, but now tell me of the others who be acquaintances. As for brethren of society, thou gettest of them pleasance and goodly usance and fair speech and enjoyable company, so be thou not sparing to them of thy delights, but be lavish to them thereof, like as they are lavish to thee, and render to them that which they render to thee of affable countenance and in open favour and sweet speech, so shall thy life be pleasant and thy words be accepted of them. Tell me now of the provision decreed by the Creator to all creatures. Hath he allotted to men and beasts each his several provision to the completion of his appointed life term, and if this allotment be thus, what maketh him who seeketh his livelihood to incur hardships and travail in the quest of that which he knoweth must come to him, if it be decreed to him, albeit he incur not the misery of endeavour, and which, if it be not decreed to him, he shall not win, though he strive after it with his uttermost striving. Shall he therefore stint endeavour and in his Lord put trust, and to his body and his soul give rest? Indeed, we see clearly that to each and every there is a provision distributed and a term prescribed, but to all livelihood are a way and means, and he who seeketh would get ease of his seeking by ceasing to seek. Withal there is no help but that he seek his fortune. The seeker is, however, in two cases, either he gaineth his fortune or he faileth thereof. In the first case, his pleasure consisteth in two conditions: first, in the having gained his fortune, and secondly, in the laudable FN number 115, issue of his quest, and in the other case, his pleasure consisteth, first, in his readiness to seek his daily bread, secondly, in his abstaining from being a burthen to the folk, and thirdly, in his freedom from liability to blame. Q. What sayest thou of the means of seeking one's fortune? A man shall hold lawful that which Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, alloweth, and unlawful whatso he forbiddeth. Reaching this pass, the discourse between them came to an end, and Shimas and all the ulama present rose and prostrating themselves before the young prince, magnified and extolled him, whilst his further pressed him to his bosom and seating him on the throne of kingship, said, Praised be Allah who hath blessed me with a son to be the coolth of mine eyes in my lifetime. Then said the king's son to Shimas in presence of all the ulama, O sage that art versed in spiritual questions, albeit Allah have vouchsafed to me but scanty knowledge, yet do I comprehend thine intent in accepting from me what I proffered in answer concerning that whereof thou hast asked me, whether I hit or missed the mark therein, and belike thou forgavest my errors, but now I am minded to question thee anent a thing, whereof my judgment faileth and whereto my capacity is insufficient, and which my tongue availeth not to set forth, for that it is obscure to me, with the obscurity of clear water in a black vessel. Wherefore would have thee expound it to me, so no iota thereof may remain doubtful to the like of me, to whom its obscurity may present itself in the future, even as it hath presented itself to me in the past, since Allah, even as he hath made life to be in lymph FN number 116, and strength in food and the cure of the sick in the skill of the leech, so hath he appointed the healing of the fool to be in the learning of the wise. Give ear, therefore, to my speech, replied the wazir, O luminous of intelligence and master of casuistical questions, thou whose excellence all the ulama attest, by reason of the goodliness of thy discretion of things and thy distribution FN number 117, thereof, and the justness of thine answers to the questions I have asked thee. Thou knowest that thou canst inquire of me naught, but thou art better able than I to form a just judgment thereon, and expound it truly, for that Allah hath vouchsafed unto thee such wisdom as he hath bestowed on none other of men. But inform me of what thou wouldest question me. Quoth the prince, Tell me, from what did the Creator, magnified be his all-might, create the world, albeit there was before it naught, and there is naught seen in this world but it is created from something, and the divine Creator, extolled and exalted be he, is able to create things from nothing. FN number 118. Yet hath his will decreed, for all the perfection of his power and grandeur, that he shall create naught but from something. The wazir replied, As for those who fashion vessels of potter's clay, FN number 119, and other handicraftsmen, who cannot originate one thing save from another thing, they are themselves only created entities. But, as for the Creator, who hath wrought the world after this wondrous fashion, and thou wouldest know his power, extolled and exalted be he, of calling things into existence, extend thy thought and consider the various kinds of created things, and thou wilt find signs and instances, proving the perfection of his puissance and that he is able to create the ends from the non-ends. Nay, he called things into being, after absolute non-existence, For the elements which be the matter of created things were sheer nothingness. I will expound this to thee, so thou mayst be in no skepticism thereof, and the marvel signs of the alternation of night and day shall make this clear to thee. When the light goeth and the night cometh, the day is hidden from us and we know not the place where it abideth, and when the night passeth away with its darkness and its terror, the day cometh and we know not the abiding place of the night. FN number 120, in like manner, when the sun riseth upon us, we know not where it hath laid up its light, and when it sitteth, we ignore the abiding place of its setting, and the examples of this among the works of the Creator, magnified be his name and glorified be his might, abound in what confoundeth the thought of the keenest-witted of human beings. Rejoined the prince, O sage, thou hast set before me of the power of the Creator what is incapable of denial, but tell me how he called his creatures into existence. Answered Shimaz, he created them by the sole power of his one word, FN number 121, which existed before time, and wherewith he created all things. Quoth the prince, then Allah, be his name magnified and his might glorified, only willed the existence of created things before they came into being? Replied Shimaz, and of his will he created them with his one word and, but for his speech and that one word, the creation had not come into existence. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 914th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that after the king's son had asked his sire's wazir the casuistical questions aforesaid, and had received a sufficient answer, Shimaz said to him, O dear my son, FN number 122, there is no man can tell thee other but since I have said, except he twist the words handed down to us of the holy law and turn the truths thereof from their evident meaning. And such a perversion is their saying that the word hath inherent and positive power, and I take refuge with Allah from such a misbelief. Nay, the meaning of our saying that Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, created the world with his word is that he, exalted be his name, is one in his essence and his attributes, and not that his word hath independent power. On the contrary, power is one of the attributes of Allah, even as speech and other attributes of perfection are attributes of Allah, exalted be his dignity and extolled be his empery, wherefore he may not be conceived without his word, nor may his word be conceived without him. For, with his word, Allah, extolled be his praise, created all his creatures, and without his word, the Lord created naught. Indeed, he created all things but by his word of truth, and by truth are we created. Quoth the prince, I comprehend that which thou hast said on the subject of the Creator, and from thee I accept this with understanding, but I hear thee say that he created the world by his word of truth. Now truth is the opposite of falsehood, whence then arose falsehood with its opposition unto truth, and how cometh it to be possible that it should be confounded therewith and become doubtful to human beings, so that they need to distinguish between the twain? And cloth the Creator, to whom belong might and majesty, love falsehood or hate it? And thou say he loveth truth and by it created all things and abhorreth falsehood. How came the false, which the Creator hateth, to invade the true which he loveth? Quoth Shimaz, verily Allah the Most High created man all truth. FN number 123, loving his name and obeying his word. And on this wise man had no need of repentance till falsehood invaded the truth whereby he was created by means of the capability FN number 124, which Allah had placed in him, being the will and the inclination called lust of lucre. FN number 125, when the false invaded the true on this wise, right became confounded with wrong, by reason of the will of man and his capability and greed of gain, which is the voluntary side of him together with the weakness of human nature, wherefore Allah created penitence for man, to turn away from him and truth and stablish him in truth, and he created for him also punishment if he should abide in the obscurity of falsehood. Quoth the prince, Tell me how came untruth to invade truth, so as to be confounded therewith, and how became man liable to punishment and so stood in need of repentance? Replied Shemaz, when Allah created man with truth, he made him loving to himself, and there was for him neither repentance nor punishment, but he abode thus till Allah put in him the soul, which is of the perfection of humanity, albeit naturally inclined to lust which is inherent therein. From this sprang the growth of untruth and its confusion with truth, wherewith man was created and with the love whereof his nature had been made, and when man came to this path, he declined from the truth with disobedience, and whoso declineth from the truth falleth into falsehood. Said the prince, then falsehood invaded truth only by reason of disobedience and transgression? Shemaz replied, yes, and it is thus because Allah loveth mankind, and of the abundance of his love to man he created him having need of himself, that is to say, of the very truth. But oftentimes man lapseth from this by cause of the inclination of the soul to lusts and turneth to frowardness, wherefore he falleth into falsehood by the act of disobeying his Lord, and thus deserveth punishment, and, by putting away from himself falsehood with repentance and by the returning to the love of the truth, he meriteth future reward. Quoth the prince, tell me the origin of sin, whilst all mankind trace their being to Adam, and how cometh it that he, being created of Allah with truth, drew disobedience on himself? Then was his disobedience coupled with repentance, after the soul had been set in him, that his issue might be reward or retribution. Indeed, we see some men constant in sinfulness, inclining to that which he loveth not, and transgressing in this the original intent and purpose of their creation, which is the love of the truth, and drawing on themselves the wrath of their Lord, whilst we see others constant in seeking the satisfaction of their Creator and obeying him and meriting mercy and future recompense. What causeth this difference prevailing between them? Replied Shemaz, the origin of disobedience descending upon mankind is attributable to Iblis, who was the noblest of all that Allah, magnified be his name, created of angels FN number 126, and men and jinn, and the love of the truth was inherent in him, for he knew naught but this, but whenas he saw himself unique in such dignity, there entered into him pride and conceit, vainglory and arrogance, which revolted from loyalty and obedience to the commandment of his Creator, wherefore Allah made him inferior to all creatures and cast him out from love, making his abiding place to be in disobedience. So when he knew that Allah, glorified be his name, loved not disobedience, and saw Adam and the case wherein he was of truth and love and obedience to his Creator, envy entered into him, and he devised some device to pervert Adam from the truth, that he might be a partaker with himself in falsehood, and by this, Adam incurred chastisement for his inclining to disobedience, which his foe made fair to him, and his subjection to his lusts, whereas he transgressed the charge of his Lord, by reason of the appearance of falsehood. When the Creator, magnified be the praises of him and hallowed be the names of him, saw the weakness of man and the swiftness of his inclining to his enemy and leaving the truth, he appointed to him, of his mercy, repentance, that therewith he might arise from the slough FN number 127, of inclination to disobedience, and taking the arms and armour of repentance, overcame therewith his foe and his hosts, and returned to the truth, wherein he was created. When Iblis saw that Allah, magnified be his praise, had appointed him a protracted term, FN number 128, he hastened to wage war upon man and to best him with wiles, to the intent that he might oust him from the favour of his Lord and make him a partaker with himself in the wrath which he and his hosts had incurred. Wherefore Allah, extolled be his praises, appointed unto man the capability of penitence and commanded him to apply himself to the truth and persevere therein, and forbade him from disobedience and frowardness, and revealed to him that he had on the earth an enemy warring against him and releasing not from him night nor day. Thus hath man a right to future reward, if he adhere to the truth, in the love of which his nature was created, but he becometh liable to punishment, if the flesh master him and incline him to lusts. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 915th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the young prince had questioned Shimas touching disputed points of olden time and had been duly answered, he presently said, Now tell me, by what power is the creature able to transgress against his creator, seeing that his omnipotence is without bounds, even as thou hast set forth, and that naught can overcome him or depart from his will? Deemest thou not that he is able to turn his creatures from this disobedience and compel them eternally to hold the truth? Answered Shimas, In very sooth Almighty Allah, honored be his name, is just and equitable and loving kind to the people of his affection. FN number 129. He created his creatures with justice and equity, and of the inspiration of his justice and the overflowing of his mercy, he gave them kingship over themselves, that they should do whatever they might design. He showeth them the way of righteousness and bestoweth on them the power and ability of doing what they will of good, and if they do the opposite thereof, they fall into destruction and disobedience. Q of the Creator, as thou sayest, have granted to mankind power and ability FN number 130, and they by reason thereof are empowered to do whatso they will. Why then doth he not come between them and that which they desire of wrong and turn them to the right? This is of the greatness of his mercy and the goodliness of his wisdom. For, even as aforetime he showed wrath to a blind had no mercy on him, even so he showed Adam mercy, by means FN number 131, of repentance, and accepted of him, after he had been wroth with him. Q he is indeed mere truth. For he it is who requiteth every one according to his works, and there is no creator save Allah who hath power over all things. But tell me, hath he created that which he loveth and that which he loveth not, or only that which he loveth? He created all things, but favoureth only that which he loveth. Q what reckest thou of two things? One whereof is pleasing to God and earneth future reward for him who practiseth it, and the other offendeth Allah and entaileth lawful punishment upon the doer. Expound to me these two things and make me to apprehend them, that I may speak concerning them. Q they are good and evil, the two things inherent in the body and in the soul. O wise youth, I see that thou knowest good and evil to be of the works which the soul and the body combine to do. Good is named good, because it is in favour with God, and evil is termed ill, for that in it is his ill will. Indeed, it behoveth thee to know Allah and to please him by the practice of good, for that he hath bidden us to this and forbidden us to do evil. Q I see these two things, to wit, good and evil, to be wrought only by the five senses familiarly known in the body of man, which be the sensorium FN number 132, whence proceed speech, hearing, sight, smell and touch. Now I would have thee tell me whether these five senses were created all together for good or for evil. Apprehend, O man, the exposition of that whereof thou askest, and it is a manifest proof, so lay it up in thine innermost thought and take it to thy heart. And this it is that the Creator, extolled and exalted be he, created man with truth and impressed him with the love thereof, and that proceedeth from it no created thing save by the puissance of the Most High, whose trace is in every phenomenon. He FN number 133, extol we him and exalt we him, is not apt but to the ordering of justice and equity and beneficence, and he created man for the love of him and set in him a soul, wherein the inclination to lusts was innate, and assigned him capability and ableness, and appointed the five senses aforesaid to be to him a means of winning heaven or hell. Q how so? In that he created the tongue for speech, the hands for action, the feet for walking, and the eyes for seeing, and the ears for hearing, and upon each bestowed a special power and incited them to exercise and motion, bidding each of them do naught save that which pleaseth him. Now what pleaseth him in speech is truthfulness and abstaining from its opposite, which is falsehood, and what pleaseth him in sight is turning it unto that which he loveth and leaving the contrary, which is turning it unto that which he hateth, such as looking unto lusts, and what pleaseth him in hearing is hearkening to naught but the true, such as admonition and that which is in Allah's writ, and leaving the contrary, which is listening to that which incurreth the anger of Allah. And what pleaseth him in the hands is not hoarding up that which he entrusteth to them, but expending it in such way as shall please him, and leaving the contrary, which is avarice or spending in sinfulness that which he hath committed to them. And what pleaseth him in the feet is that they be constant in the pursuit of good, such as the quest of instruction, and leave its contrary, which is the walking in other than the way of Allah. Now respecting the rest of the lusts which man practiseth, they proceed from the body by command of the soul. But the lusts which proceed from the body are of two kinds, the lust of reproduction and the lust of the belly. As for the former, that which pleaseth Allah thereof is that it be not other than lawful. FN number 134, and he is displeased with it if contrary to his law. As for the lust of the belly, eating and drinking, what pleaseth Allah thereof is that each take naught save that which the Almighty hath appointed him, be it little or mickle, and praise the Lord and thank him. And what angereth him thereof is that a man take that which is not his by right. All precepts other than these are false, and thou knowest that Allah created everything and delighteth only in good, and commandeth each member of the body to do that which he hath made on it incumbent, for that he is the all-wise, the all-knowing. Q was it foreknown unto Allah Almighty, exalted be his power, that Adam, by eating of the tree from which he forbade him, and whence befell what befell, would leave obedience for disobedience. Yes, O sage youth. This was foreknown unto Allah Almighty ere he created Adam, and the proof and manifestation attached thereto is the warning he gave him against eating of the tree, and his informing him that, if he ate of the fruit he would be disobedient. And this was in the way of justice and equity, lest Adam should have an argument wherewith he might excuse himself against his Lord. When therefore he fell into error and calamity, and when disgrace waxed sore upon him and reproach, this passed to his posterity after him. Wherefore Allah sent prophets and apostles, and gave to them books, and they taught us the divine commandments, and expounded to us what was therein of admonitions and precepts, and made clear to us and manifest the way of righteousness, and explained to us what it behoved us to do and what to leave undone. Now we are endowed with free will, and he who acteth within these lawful limits winneth his wish and prospereth, while whoso transgresseth these legal bounds and doeth other than that which these precepts enjoin, resisteth the Lord and is ruined in both abodes. This then is the road of good and evil. Thou knowest that Allah over all things is omnipotent, and created not lusts for us but of his pleasure and volunty, and he bade us use them in the way of lawfulness, so they might be to us a good, but, when we use them in the way of sinfulness they are to us an evil. Therefore what of righteous we compass is from our Almighty, and what of wrong is from ourselves. FN number 135, his creatures, not from the Creator, exalted be he Heifer with highmost exaltation. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 916th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the youth, King Jalad's son, had questioned Shimas concerning these subtleties and had been duly answered, he pursued, that which thou hast expounded to me concerning Allah and his creatures I understand, but tell me of one matter, concerning which my mind is perplexed with extreme wonderment, and that is that I marvel at the sons of Adam, how careless they are of the life to come, and at their lack of taking thought thereof, and their love to this world, albeit they know that they must needs leave it and depart from it, whilst they are yet young in years. Yes, verily, and that which thou sayest of its changefulness and traitorousness with its children is a sign that fortune to the fortunate will not endure, nor to the afflicted affliction, for none of its people is secure from its changefulness, and even if one have power over it and be content therewith, yet there is no help but that his estate change and removal hasten unto him. Wherefore man can put no trust therein, nor profit by that which he enjoyeth of its gilding and glitter. FN number 136, And we knowing this will know that the sorriest of men in condition are those who are deluded by this world and are unmindful of the other world, for that whatso of present ease they enjoy will not even the fear and misery and horrors which will befall them after their removal therefrom. Thus are we certified that, if the creature knew that which will betide him with the coming of death, FN number 137, and his severance from that which he enjoyeth of pleasure and delight, he would cast away the world and that which is therein, for we are certified that the next life is better for us and more profitable. Said the prince, O sage, thou hast dispelled the darkness that was upon my heart by the light of thy shining lamp, and hast directed me into the right road I must tread on the track of truth, and hast given me a lantern whereby I may see. Then rose one of the learned men who was in the presence and said, When cometh the season of prime, needs must the hare seek the pasture as well as the elephant. And indeed I have heard from you Wayne such questions and solutions as I never before heard, but now leave that and let me ask you of somewhat. Tell me, what is the best of the goods of the world? Replied the prince, health of body, lawful livelihood and a virtuous son. Q. What is the greater and what is the less? The greater is that to which a lesser than itself submitteth, and the less that which submitteth to a greater than itself. Q. What are the four things wherein concur all creatures? Men concur in meat and drink, the sweet of sleep, the lust of women and the agonies of death. Q. What are the three things whose foulness none can do away? Folly, meanness of nature, and lying. Q. What is the best kind of lie? FN number 138, though all kinds are foul, that which averteth harm from etc. and bringeth gain. Q. What kind of truthfulness is foul, though all kinds are fair, that of a man glorying in that which he hath and vaunting himself thereof. Q. What is the foulest of foulnesses, when a man boasteth himself of that which he hath not? Q. Who is the most foolish of men? He who hath no thought but of what he shall put in his belly. Then said Shimas, O king, verily thou art our king, but we desire that thou assign the kingdom to thy son after thee, and we will be thy servants and lieges. So the king exhorted the ulama and others who were in the presence to remember that which they had heard and according thereto, and enjoined them to obey his son's commandment, for that he made him his heir apparent. FN number 139, so he should be the successor of the king his sire, and he took an oath of all the people of his empire, literates and braves and old men and boys, to mention none other, that they would not oppose him in the succession nor transgress against his commandment. Now when the prince was 17 years old, the king sickened of a sore sickness and came nigh to die, so, being certified that his decease was at hand, he said to the people of his household, This is disease of death which is upon me, wherefore do ye summon my son and kith and kin and gather together the grandees and notables of my empire, so not one of them may remain except he be present. Accordingly they fared forth and made proclamation to those who were near, and published the summons to those who were far off, and they all assembled and went into the king. Then said they to him, How is it with thee, O king, and how deemest thou for thyself of these thy dolours? Quoth Jalad, Verily, this my malady is mortal, and the shaft of death hath executed that which Allah Almighty decreed against me. This is the last of my days in the world here, and the first of my days in the world hereafter. Then said he to his son, Draw near unto me. So the youth drew near, weeping with weeping so sore, that he well nigh drenched the bed, whilst the king's eyes welled tears, and all who were present wept. Quoth Jalad, Weep not, O my son, I am not the first whom this inevitable betideth, nay, it is common to all that Allah hath created. But fear thou the Almighty, and do good deeds which shall precede thee to the place whither all creatures tend and wend. Obey not thy lusts, but occupy thy soul with lauding the Lord in thy standing up, and thy sitting down, in thy waking and in thy sleeping. Make the truth the aim of thine eyes. This is the last of my speech with thee, and the peace. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. when it was the 917th night. She pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Jalad charged his son with such injunctions and made him his heir to succeed him in his reign, the prince said, O dear father mine, FN number 140, thou knowest that I have ever been to thee obedient and thy commandment carrying out, mindful of thine injunctions and thine approof seeking, for thou hast been to me the best of fathers. How, then, after thy death, shall I depart from that which contenteth thee? And now, having fairly ordered my nurture, thou art about to depart from me, and I have no power to bring thee back to me. But, an I be mindful of thy charge, I shall be blessed therein, and great good fortune shall betide me. Quoth the king, and indeed he was in the last agony of departing life. Dear my son, cleave fast unto 10 precepts, which if thou hold, Allah shall profit thee here within this world and the next world, and they are as follows. Whenas thou art wroth, curb thy wrath. When thou art afflicted, be patient. When thou speakest, be soothfast. When thou promisest, perform. When thou judgest, do justice. When thou hast power, be merciful. Deal generously by thy governors and lieutenants. Forgive thy foes. Be lavish of good offices to thine adversary, and stay thy mischief from him. Observe also other 10 precepts, FN number 141, wherewith Allah shall profit thee among the people of thy realm, to wit, when thou dividest, be just. When thou punishest, oppress not. When thou engagest thyself, fulfill thine engagement. Hearken to those that give thee loyal counsel. When offence is offered to thee, neglect it. Abstain from contention. Enjoin thy subjects to the observance of the divine laws and of praiseworthy practices. Abate ignorance with a sharp sword. Withhold thy regard from treachery and its untruth. And, lastly, do equal justice between the folk, so they may love thee, great and small, and the wicked and corrupt of them may fear thee. Then he addressed himself to the emirs and ulema which were present when he appointed his son to be his successor, saying, Beware ye of transgressing the commandment of your king and neglecting to hearken to your chief, for therein layeth ruin for your realm and sundering for your society and bane for your bodies and perdition for your possessions, and your foe would exult over you. Well ye wot the covenant ye made with me, and even thus shall be your covenant with this youth, and the troth which plighted between you and me shall be also between you and him. Wherefore it behoveth you to give ear unto thee, to obey his commandment, for that in this is the well-being of your conditions. So be ye constant with him anent that wherein ye were with me, and your estate shall prosper and your affairs be fair, for behold, he hath the kingship over you and is the Lord of your fortune, and the peace. Then the death agony FN number 142 seized him, and his tongue was bridled, so he pressed his son to him and kissed him and gave thanks unto Allah, after which his hour came and his soul fared forth. All his subjects and the people of his court mourned and keened over him, and they shrouded him and buried him with pomp and honor and reverence. After which they returned with the prince and clad him in the royal robes and crowned him with his father's crown and put the seal ring on his finger, after seating him on the throne of sovereignship. The young king ordered himself towards them, after his father's fashion of mildness and justice and benevolence, for a little while till the world waylaid him and entangled him in its lusts, whereupon its pleasures made him their prey, and he turned to its gilding and gewgaws, forsaking the engagements which his father had imposed upon him, and casting off his obedience to him, neglecting the affairs of his reign, and treading a road wherein was his own destruction. The love of women waxed stark in him, and came to such a pass that, whenever he heard tell of a beauty, he would send for her and take her to wife, and after this wise, he collected women more in number than ever had Solomon, David's son, king of the children of Israel. Also he would shut himself up with a company of them for a month at a time, during which he went not forth, neither inquired of his realm or its rule, nor looked into the grievances of such of his subjects as complained to him, and if they wrote to him, he returned them no reply. Now when they saw this and witnessed his neglect of their affairs and lack of care for their interests and those of the state, they were assured that ere long some calamity would betide them, and this was grievous to them. So they met privily one with other and took counsel together, blaming their king. And one of them said to the rest, Come, let us go to Shimas, chief of the Wazirs, and set forth to him our case and acquaint him with that wherein we are by reason of this king, so he may admonish him, else, in a little, calamity will dawn upon us, for the world hath dazzled the sovereign with its delights and seduced him with its snares. Accordingly, they repaired to Shimas and said to him, O wise man and prudent, the world hath dazed the king with its delights and taken him in its toils, so that he turneth unto vanity and worketh for the undoing of the state. Now with the disordering of the state the commons will be corrupted and our affairs will run to ruin. We see him not for days and months, nor cometh it forth from him any commandment to us or to the wazir or any else. We cannot refer aught of our need to him, and he looketh not to the administration of justice nor taketh thought to the condition of any of his subjects, in his disregard of them. FN number 143. And behold, ye are come to acquaint thee with the truth of things, for that thou art the chiefest and most accomplished of us, and it behoveth not that calamity befall a land wherein thou dwellest, seeing that thou art most able of any to amend this king. Wherefore go thou and speak with him, haply he will hearken to thy word and return unto the way of Allah. FN number 144. So Shimas arose forthright and repairing to the palace, foregathered with the first page he could find and said to him, Fair my son, I beseech thee ask leave for me to go into the king, for I have an affair, concerning which I would fain see his face and acquaint him therewith and hear what he shall answer me thereanent. Answered the page, O my lord, by Allah, this month past hath he given none leave to come into him, nor have I all this time looked upon his face, but I will direct thee to one who shall crave admission for thee. Do thou lay hold of such a blackamoor slave who standeth at his head and bringeth him food from the kitchen. When he cometh forth to go to the kitchen, ask him what seemeth good to thee, for he will do for thee that which thou desirest. So their wazir repaired to the door of the kitchen and sat there a little while, till up came the black and would have entered the kitchen, but Shimas caught hold of him and said to him, Dear my son, I would fain stand in presence of the king and speak with him of somewhat especially concerneth him, so prithee, of thy kindness, when he hath ended his undone meal and his temper is at its best, speak for me and get me leave to approach him, so I may bespeak him of that which shall suit him. I hear and obey, answered the black, and taking the food carried it to the king, who ate thereof and his temper was soothed thereby. Then said the black to him, Shimas standeth at the door and craveth admission, so he may acquaint thee with matters that specially concern thee. At this the king was alarmed and disquieted and commanded to admit the minister. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 918th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king bade the blackamoor admit Shimas, the slave went forth to him and bade him enter, whereupon he went in and falling prone before Allah, kissed the king's hands and blessed him. Then said the king, What hath betided thee, O Shimas, that thou seekest admission unto me? He answered, This long while have I not looked upon the face of my lord the king, and indeed I longed sore for thee, and now, behold, I have seen thy countenance and come to thee with a word which I would fief say to thee, O king stablished in all prosperity. Quoth the king, Say what seemeth good to thee, and quoth Shimas, I would have thee bear in mind, O king, that Allah Almighty hath endowed thee with learning and wisdom, for all the tenderness of thy years, such as he never vouchsafed unto any of the kings before thee, and hath fulfilled the measure of his bounties to thee with the kingship, and he liveth not that thou depart from that wherewith he hath endowed thee into other than it, by means of thy disobedience to him. Wherefore it behoveth thee not to levy war against FN number 145, him with thy hordes, but of his injunctions to be mindful and unto his commandments obedient. Indeed, I have seen thee, this while past, forget thy sire and his charges, and reject his covenant, and neglect his counsel and words of wisdom, and renounce his justice and good governance, remembering not the bounty of Allah to thee, neither requiting it with gratitude and thanks to him. The king asked, How so? And what is the manner of this? And Shimas answered, The manner of it is that thou neglectest to administer the affairs of the state, and that which Allah hath committed unto thee of the interests of thy lieges, and surrenderest thyself to thy lower nature in that which it maketh fair to thee of the slight lusts of the world. Verily it is said that the welfare of the state and of the faith and of the folk is of the things which it behoveth the king to watch. Wherefore it is my rede, O king, that thou look fairly to the issue of thine affair, for thus wilt thou find the manifest road wherein is salvation, and not accept a trifling pleasure and a transient which leadeth to the abyss of destruction, lest there befall thee that which befell the fisherman. The king asked, What was that? And Shimas answered, There hath reached me this tale of the foolish fisherman. A fisherman went forth to a river for fishing therein, as was his wont, and when he came thither and walked upon the bridge, he saw a great fish, and said in himself, 'Twill not serve me to abide here, but I will follow yonder fish whitherso it goeth, till I catch it, for it to relieve me from fishing for days and days. So he did off his clothes and plunged into the river after the fish. The current bore him along till he overtook it and laid hold of it, when he turned and found himself far from the bank. But albeit he saw what the stream had done with him, he would not loose the fish and return, but ventured life, and gripping it fast with both hands, let his body float with the flow, which carried him until it cast him into a whirlpool. FN number 146. None might enter and come out therefrom. With this he fell to crying out and saying, Save a drowning man. And there came to him folk of the keepers of the river, and said to him, What ailed thee to cast thyself into this great peril? Quoth he, It was I myself who forsook the plain way wherein was salvation, and gave myself over to concupiscence and perdition. Quoth they, O fellow, why didst thou leave the way of safety and cast thyself into this destruction, knowing from of old that none may enter herein and be saved? What hindered thee from throwing away what was in thy hand and saving thyself? So hast thou escaped with thy life, and not fallen into this perdition, whence there is no deliverance, and now not one of us can rescue thee from this thy ruin. Accordingly the man cut off all his hopes of life, and lost that which was in his hand, and for which his flesh had prompted him to venture himself, and died a miserable death. And I tell thee not this parable, O king, added Shimas, but that thou mayest leave this contemptible conduct that diverteth thee from thy duties, and look to that which is committed to thee of the rule of thy folk and the maintenance of the order of thy realm, so that none may see fault in thee. The king asked, What wouldst thou have me do? And Shimas answered, Tomorrow, and thou be well and in good case. FN number 147. Give the folk leave to come into thee, and look into their affairs, and excuse thyself to them, and promise them of thine own accord good governance and prosperity. Quoth the king, O Shimas, thou hast spoken sensibly and rightly, and tomorrow, inshallah, I will do that which thou counsellest me. So their wazir went out from him, and told the lieges all he had said to him, and, when morning morrowed, the king came forth of his privacy, and bade admit the people, to whom he excused himself, promising them that thenceforward he would deal with them as they wished, wherewith they were content, and departed each to his own dwelling. FN number 148. Then one of the king's wives, who was his best beloved of them and most in honor with him, visited him, and seeing him changed of color and thoughtful over his affairs, by reason of that which he had heard from his chief wazir, said to him, O king, how is it that I see thee troubled in mind? Hast thou aught to complain of? Answered he, No, but my pleasures have distracted me from my duties. What right have I to be thus negligent of my affairs and those of my subjects? If I continue on this wise, soon, very soon, the kingdom will pass out of my hand. She rejoined, I see, O king, that thou hast been duped by the wazirs and ministers, who wish to torment and entrap thee, so thou mayst have no joyance of this thy kingship, neither feel ease nor taste delight. Nay, they would have thee consume thy life in warding off trouble from them, till thy days be wasted in travail and weariness, and thou be as one who slayeth himself for the benefit of another, all like the boy and the thieves. Asked the king, how was that? And she answered, they tell the following tale anent. The boy and the thieves. 7 thieves once went out to steal, according to their custom, and fell in with a boy, poor and orphan to boot, who besought them for somewhat to eat. One of them asked him, wilt go with us, O boy, and we will feed thee and give thee drink, clothe thee and entreat thee kindly? And he answered, needs must I go with you, whither so ye will, and ye are as my own kith and kin. So they took him and fared on with him till they came to a garden, and entering, went round about therein till they found a walnut tree laden with ripe fruit, and said to him, O boy, wilt thou enter this garden with us, and swarm up this tree, and eat of its walnuts thy sufficiency, and throw the rest down to us? He consented and entered with them, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 919th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the boy consented and entered with the thieves, one of them said to other, look which is the lightest and smallest of us, and make him climb the tree. And they said, none of us is slighter than this boy. So they sent him up into the tree and said to him, O boy, touch not aught of the fruit, lest someone see thee and work thee a mischief. He asked, how then shall I do? And they answered, sit among the boughs and shake them one by one with all thy might, so that which is thereon may fall, and we will pick it up. Then, when thou hast made an end of shaking down the fruit, come down and take thy share of that which we have gathered. Accordingly he began to shake every branch at which he could come, so that the nuts fell, and the thieves picked them up and ate some and hid other some till all were full, save the boy who had eaten naught. As they were thus engaged, behold, up came the owner of the garden, who, standing to witness the spectacle, inquired of them, what do ye with this tree? They replied, we have taken naught thereof, but we were passing by, and seeing yonder boy on the tree, shook him for the owner thereof, and besought him to give us to eat of the fruit. Thereat he fell to shaking one of the branches, so that the nuts dropped down, and we are not at fault? Quoth the master to the boy, what sayest thou? And quoth he, these men lie, but I will tell thee the truth. It is that we all came hither together, and they bade me climb the tree and shake its boughs, that the nuts might fall down to them, and I obeyed their bidding. Said the master, thou hast cast thyself into sore calamity, but hast thou profited by eating aught of the fruit? And he said, I have eaten naught thereof. Rejoined the owner of the garden, now know I thy folly and thine ignorance, in that thou hast wrought to ruin thyself and profit others. Then said he to the thieves, I have no resort against you, so wend your ways. But he laid hands on the boy and punished him. On likewise, added the favourite, thy wazirs and officers of state would sacrifice thee to their interests, and do with thee as did the thieves with the boy. Answered the king, thou sayest sooth, and speakest truth. I will not go forth to them, nor leave my pleasures. Then he passed the night with his wife in all delight till the morning, when the grand wazir rose and, assembling the officers of state, together with those of the lieges who were present with him, repaired with them to the palace gate, congratulating one another and rejoicing. But the door opened not, nor did the king come forth unto them, nor give them leave to go into him. So, when they despaired of him, they said to Shimas, O excellent wazir and accomplished sage, seest thou not the behaviour of this lad, young of years and little of wit, how he addeth to his offences falsehood? See how he hath broken his promise to us, and hath not performed that for which he engaged unto us, and this sin it behoveth thee join unto his other sins. But we beseech thee go into him yet again, and discover what is the cause of his holding back and refusal to come forth, For we doubt not but that the like of this action cometh of his corrupt nature, and indeed he is now hardened to the highest degree. Accordingly, Shimas went into the king and bespake him, saying, Peace be with thee, O king. How cometh it that I see thee give thyself up to these slight pleasures and neglect the great affair whereto it behoveth thee sedulously apply thyself? Thou art like unto a man who had a milch camel and, coming one day to milk her, the goodness of her milk made him neglect to hold fast her halter, which one as she felt, she haled herself free and made off into the world. Thus the man lost both milk and camel, and the loss that betided him surpassed his gain. Wherefore, O king, do thou look unto that wherein is thy welfare and the weal of thy subjects. For, even as it behoveth not a man to sit forever at the kitchen door, because of his need unto food, so should he not always company with women, by reason of his inclination to them. And as a man should eat but as much food as will guard him from the pains of hunger, and drink but what will ward off the pangs of thirst, in like manner it behoveth the sensible man to content himself with passing 2 of the 24 hours of his day with women, and expend the rest in ordering his own affairs and those of his people. For to be longer than this in company with women is hurtful both to mind and body, seeing that they bid not unto good neither direct thereto. Wherefore it besitteth not a man to accept from them or word or deed, for indeed it hath reached me that many men have come to ruin through their women, and amongst others a certain man who perished through conversation with his wife at her command. The king asked, How was that? And Shimas answered, saying, Hear, O king, the tale of the man and his wife. They relate that a certain man had a wife whom he loved and honoured, giving ear to her speech and doing according to her rede. Moreover, he had a garden, which he had newly planted with his own hand, and was wont to go thither every day, to tend it and water it. One day his wife asked him, What hast thou planted in thy garden? And he answered, All thou lovest and desirest, and I am assiduous in tending and watering it. Quoth she, Wilt thou not carry me thither and show it to me, so I may look upon it and offer thee up a pious prayer for its prosperity, seeing that my orisons are effectual? Quoth he, I will well, but have patience with me till the morrow, when I will come and take thee. So early on the ensuing day, he carried her to the garden, which he entered with her. Now 2 young men saw them enter from afar, and said each to other, Yonder man is an adulterer, and yonder woman an adulteress, and they have not entered this garden but to commit adultery. Thereupon they followed the couple to see what they would do, and hid themselves in a corner of the garden. The man and his wife after entering abode a while therein, and presently he said to her, Pray me the prayer thou didst promise me. But she replied, saying, I will not pray for thee, until thou do away my desire of that which women seek from men. Cried he, Out on thee, O woman! Hast thou not thy fill of me in the house? Here I fear scandal, especially as thou divertest me from my affairs. Fearest thou not that someone will see us? Quoth she, We need have no care for that, seeing that we do neither sin nor lewdness, and, as for the watering of the garden, that may wait, because thou canst water it when thou wilt. And she would take neither excuse nor reason from him, but was instant with him in seeking carnal coition. So he arose and lay with her, which when the young men aforesaid saw, they ran upon them and seized them, FN number 149, saying, We will not let you go, for ye are adulterers, and except we have carnal knowledge of the woman, we will report you to the police. Answered the man, Fie upon you. This is my wife, and I am the master of the garden. They paid no heed to him, but fell upon the woman, who cried out to him for succor, saying, Suffer them not to defile me. Accordingly he came up to them, calling out for help, but one of them turned on him and smote him with his dagger and slew him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 920th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that after slaying the husband the 2 young men returned to the wife and ravished her. This I tell thee, O king, continued the Wazir, but that thou mayst know that it becometh not meant to give ear unto a woman's talk, neither obey her in aught nor accept her judgment in counsel. Beware, then, lest thou don the dress of ignorance, after the robe of knowledge and wisdom, and follow perverse rede, after knowing that which is righteous and profitable. Wherefore pursue thou not a paltry pleasure, whose trending is to corruption and whose inclining is unto sore and uttermost perdition. When the king heard this from Shimas, he said to him, Tomorrow I will come forth to them, and it be the will of Allah the Most High. So Shimas returned to the grandees and notables who were present and told them what the king had said. But this came to the ears of the favourite wife, whereupon she went into the king and said to him, The subjects of a king should be his slaves, but I see, O king, thou art become a slave to thy subjects, because thou standest in awe of them and fearest their mischief. FN number 150, they do but desire to make proof of thine inner man, and if they find thee weak, they will disdain thee, but, if they find thee stout and brave, they will dread thee. On this wise do ill Wazirs with their king, for that their wiles are many, but I will make manifest unto thee the truth of their malice. And thou comply with the conditions they demand, they will cause thee cease ruling and do their will, nor will they leave leading thee on from affair to affair, till they cast thee into destruction, and thy case will be as that of the merchant and the robbers. Asked the king, How was that? And she answered, I have heard tell this tale anent the merchant and the robbers. There was once a wealthy merchant, who set out for a certain city purposing to sell merchandise there, and when he came thither, he hired him a lodging wherein he took up his abode. Now certain robbers saw him, men wont to lie in wait for merchants, that they might rob their goods, so they went to his house and sought some device whereby to enter in, but could find no way thereto, and the captain said, I'll manage you his matter. Then he went away and, donning the dress of a leech, threw over his shoulder a bag containing somewhat of medicines, after which he set out crying, Who lacks a doctor? And fared on till he came to the merchant's lodging and him sitting eating the noonday dinner. So he asked him, Dost thou need thee a physician? And the trader answered, I need naught of the kind, but sit thee down and eat with me. The thief sat down facing him and began to eat. Now this merchant was a belle fortune, and the robber seeing this, said to himself, I have found my chance. Then he turned to his host and said to him, 'Tis but right for me to give thee an admonition, and after thy kindness to me, I cannot hide it from thee. I see thee to be a great eater, and the cause of this is a disorder in thy stomach, wherefore unless thou take speedy measures for thy cure, thine affair will end in perdition. Quoth the merchant, My body is sound and my stomach speedy of digestion, and though I be a hearty eater, yet is there no disease in my body, to Allah be the praise and the thanks. Quoth the robber, It may appear thus unto thee, but I know thou hast a disease incubating in thy vitals, and if thou hearken to me, thou wilt medicine thyself. The merchant asked, And where shall I find him who knoweth my remedy? And the robber answered, Allah is the healer, but a physician like myself cureth the sick to the best of his power. Then the other said, Show me at once my remedy and give me thereof. Hereupon he gave him a powder, wherein was a strong dose of aloes, FN number 151, saying, Use this tonight, and he accepted it gratefully. When the night came, the merchant tasted somewhat of the powder and found it nauseous of gust. Nevertheless he misdoubted not of it, but swallowed it all and therefrom found ease that night. Next night the thief brought him another powder, wherein was yet more aloes, and he took it. It purged him that night, but he bore patiently with this and rejected it not. When the robber saw that he gave ear unto his word and put trust in him nor would gainsay him in aught, he brought him a deadly drug FN number 152, and gave it to him. The merchant swallowed it, and no sooner had he done this than that which was in his stomach fell down and his bowels were rent in sunder, and by the morrow he was a dead man, whereupon the robbers came and took all the merchandise and monies that belonged to him. This I tell thee, O king, added the favourite, but that thou mayst not accept one word from these deluders, else will there befall thee that whereby thou wilt destroy thyself. Cried the king, thou sayest sooth. I will not go forth to them. Now when the morning morrowed, the folk assembled together, and repairing to the king's door, sat there the most part of the day, till they despaired of his coming forth, when they returned to Shumas and said to him, O sage philosopher and experienced master, sayest thou not that this ignorant lad cloth naught but redouble in falsehood to us? Verily 'twere only reasonable and right to take the kingdom from him and give it to another, so our affairs may be ordered and our estates maintained. But go thou into him a third time, and tell him that naught hindereth us from rising against him and the taking the kingship from him but his father's goodness to us and that which he required from us of oaths and engagements. However, tomorrow, we will all, to the last of us, assemble here with our arms and break down the gate of the citadel FN number 153, and if he come forth to us and do that which we wish, no harm is yet done FN number 154, else we will go into him and slay him and put the kingdom in the hand of other than he. So there was Yeshimas went into him and said, O king, that grovellest in thy gusts and thy lusts, what is this thou dost with thyself? Would heaven I wot who seduced thee thereto? And it be thou who sinnest against thyself. There hath ceased from thee that which we knew in the aforetime of integrity and wisdom and eloquence. Could I but learn who hath thus changed thee and fumed thee from wisdom to folly and from fidelity to iniquity and from mildness to harshness and from acceptation of meat to aversion from me? How cometh it that I admonish thee thrice and thou acceptest not mine admonition, and that I counsel thee rightfully and stir thou gainsayest my counsel? Tell me, what is this child's play and who is it prompteth thee thereunto? Know that the people of thy kingdom have agreed together to come into thee and slay thee and give thy kingdom to another. Art able to cope with them all and save thyself from their hands, or canst quicken thyself after being killed? If, indeed, thou be potent to do all this, thou art safe and hast no occasion for my rede, but an thou have any concern for thy life and thy kingship, return to thy sound sense and hold fast thy reign and show forth to the folk the power of thy prowess and persuade the people with thine excuse, for they are minded to tear away that which is in thy hand and commit it unto other, being resolved upon revolt and rebellion, led thereto by that which they know of thy youth and thy self-submission to loveless and lusts, for that stones, albeit they lie long under water, and thou withdraw them therefrom and smite one upon other, fire will be struck from them. Now thy lieges are many folk and they have taken counsel together against thee, with a design to transfer the kingship from thee to another and accomplish upon thee whatso they desire of thy destruction. So shalt thou fare as did the jackals with the wolf. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 921st night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Yeshimas concluded with saying, and they shall accomplish upon thee whatso they desire of thy destruction, so shalt thou fare as fared the jackals with the wolf. Asked the king, how was that? And there was answered, they tell the following tale of the jackals and the wolf. A pack of jackals FN number 155, went out one day to seek food, and as they prowled about in quest of this, behold, they happened upon a dead camel, and said in themselves, verily we have found wherewithal we may live a great while, but we fear lest one of us suppress the other and the strong bear down the weak with his strength, and so the puny of us perish. Wherefore it behoveth us seek one who shall judge between us and appoint unto each his part, so the forceful may not lord it over the feeble. As they consulted together on such subject, suddenly up came a wolf, and one of the jackals said to the others, right is your rede, let us make this wolf judge between us, for he is the strongest of beasts and his father was sultan over us aforetime, so we hope in Allah that he will do justice between us. Accordingly they accosted the wolf and acquainting him with what they had resolved concerning him said, we make thee judge between us, so thou mayst allot unto each of us his day's meat, after the measure of his need, lest the strong of us bear down the weak and some of us destroy other of us. The wolf accepted the governance of their affairs and allotted to each of them what sufficed him that day, but on the morrow he said in his mind, "An I divide this camel amongst these weaklings, no part thereof will come to me, save the pittance they will assign to me, and if I eat it alone, they can do me no harm, seeing that they are a prey to me and to the people of my house. Who, then, is the one to hinder me from taking it all for myself? Surely, 'tis Allah who hath bestowed it on me by way of provision without any obligation to any of them. It were best that I keep it for myself, and henceforth I will give them naught." Accordingly, next morning when the jackals came to him, as was their wont, and sought of him their food, saying, "O Abu Sufyan, FN number 156, give us our day's provender." FN number 157, he answered saying, "I have nothing left to give you." Whereupon they went away in the sorriest plight, saying, "Verily, Allah hath cast us into grievous trouble with this foul traitor, who regardeth not Allah nor feareth him, but we have neither stratagem nor strength on our side." Moreover one of them said, "Haply it was but stress of hunger that moved him to this, so let him eat his fill today, and tomorrow we will go to him again." Accordingly, on the morrow, they again betook themselves to the wolf and said to him, "O father of the foray, we gave thee authority over us, that thou mightest apportion unto each of us his day's meat and do the weak justice against the strong of us, and that, when this provant is finished, thou shouldst do thine endeavour to get us other, and so we be always under thy watch and ward. Now hunger is hard upon us, for that we have not eaten these 2 days, so do thou give us our day's ration, and thou shalt be free to dispose of all that remaineth as thou wilt." But the wolf returned them no answer, and redoubled in his hardness of heart, and when they strave to turn him from his purpose he would not be turned. Then said one of the jackals to the rest, "Nothing will serve us but that we go to the lion and cast ourselves on his protection and assign unto him the camel. If he vouchsafe us aught thereof, 'twill be of his favour, and if not, he is worthier of it than this scurvy rascal." So they betook themselves to the lion and acquainted him with that which had betided them from the wolf, saying, "We are thy slaves and come to thee imploring thy protection, so thou mayst deliver us from this wolf, and we will be thy thralls." When the lion heard their story, he was jealous for Almighty Allah, FN number 158, and went with them in quest of the wolf who, seeing him approach, addressed himself to flight, but the lion ran after him and seizing him, rent him in pieces and restored their prey to the jackals. "This showeth," added Shimas, "that it fitteth no king to neglect the affairs of his subjects, wherefore do thou hearken to my rede and give credit to the words which I say to thee." Quoth the king, "I will hearken to thee, and tomorrow, Inshallah, I will go forth to